Indigenous knowledge systems hold the wisdom of generations. When combined with modern innovation, they can guide the world towards a truly sustainable and inclusive development, has been rightfully said by Vandana Shiva, the Indian philosopher, activist, and author. A very pleasant good morning to our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, and all our esteemed dignitaries, panelists, faculty members, and students that are gathered here today. I, Pragya, along with Hiteksha and Akanksha, heartily welcome you all on behalf of Amity School of Economics to the 9th National Conference on Integrating Diverse Indigenous Knowledge Systems for Dynamic Advancement of Sustainable Development Goals, a Global and Inclusive Approach, sponsored by Modern AI, Immortal Gaming Cafe, SBJ Senior Secondary School, Haryana.
As we gather here today, we begin this event by seeking blessings from Goddess Saraswati, the epitome of knowledge, wisdom, and creativity. Saraswati Vandana holds profound significance in Indian culture and spirituality, serving as a revered hymn dedicated to Goddess Saraswati. By reciting Saraswati Vandana at the beginning of the conference, we seek the blessings of the Goddess of knowledge and wisdom for a successful and fruitful event. It is believed that Saraswati's blessings can enhance the intellect, creativity, and overall effectiveness of the participants. Before we begin this event, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Kavita Indapurkar, Head of Institution of Amity School of Economics, the convener, Dr. Neeru Sitana, all the dignitaries and faculty members to invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom and knowledge, by lighting the ceremonial lamp.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमे
Thank you to all the dignitaries for illuminating the lamp and spreading the light of knowledge. Indigenous knowledge systems represents the rich body of knowledge, practice, and skills developed by communities over generations through close interaction with the natural and social environments. Rooted in tradition, yet highly adaptive, these systems offer valuable insights for addressing many contemporary global challenges. By integrating IKS with modern scientific approaches, innovative and context sensitive solutions can be developed to tackle issues such as climate change, biodiversity conservation, sustainable agriculture, and community well being. In this way, IKS plays a significant role in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals by promoting sustainability, inclusivity, and resilient development. This two-day conference aims to provide a dynamic platform for professionals, academicians, researchers, and scholars to share insights, collaborate, and drive impactful discussions of sustainability and inclusive growth. Centered on the theme, integrating diverse indigenous knowledge systems for dynamic advancement of sustainable development goals, a global and inclusive approach, the conference highlights the significance of traditional wisdom in addressing the contemporary global challenge. Bringing together thought leaders and change makers, this event will explore the role of indigenous knowledge systems in advancing and fostering inclusive and progressive growth across societies. The conference will examine how these knowledge systems can contribute to the addressing of global challenges while promoting sustainability and inclusivity.
Plants symbolize life, renewal, and the power of small beginnings. The tulsi plant, revered in our indigenous traditions for its purity, healing properties, and protective significance, reflects the wisdom deeply rooted in our cultural heritage. As we nurture and preserve such traditions, they inspire meaningful solutions for the challenges of today. May this plant continue to flourish just as we strive to build a more sustainable and harmonious future together. I would like to request Professor Dr. Kavita Indapulkar and the convener Dr. Neeru Sitana to kindly come forward and extend a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries. To welcome our chief guest, Ms. Shikha Rai, I request ma'am to accompany in extending our warm greetings. To welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, I invite Dr. Namita Kapoor to accompany in extending our warm greetings. To welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Anthony Sairier, I request Dr. Pooja Mehra to accompany in extending our warm greetings. To welcome our keynote speaker, Ms. Tanushree Roy, I invite Dr. Shilpi Verma to accompany in extending our warm greetings. We are also delighted to have one of our keynote speakers joining us online, Dr. Atul Kharate, and we extend our heartfelt welcome and gratitude for taking the time to be a part of this conference virtually. We really appreciate your presence, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, all of you. Thank you.
It is my privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Kavita Endapurkar, Head of Institution, Amity School of Economics, Amity University, Noida. Professor Dr. Kavita Endapurkar is the Head of Institution of Amity School of Economics and is a distinguished academician and researcher with over 20 years of teaching experience in higher education institution in India. She holds a PhD in economics and an MBA in finance and has qualified the national eligibility test for teaching in higher education in India. Her research work lies at the intersection of behavioral economics, developmental economics, and public policy, with a particular focus on understanding consumer behavior and decision making in situations involving economic dilemmas. She is a mentor and a guide to all of us at Amity School of Economics. She has actively mentored several students and research scholars working in areas such as developmental economics, behavioral economics, and public policy. She has published in reputed national and international journals and edited volumes indexed in Scopus and Web of Science. In addition to numerous research publications, she has edited several academic books, with forthcoming volumes on sustainable development and women empowerment to be published by renowned publishers including CRC Press and Springer. May I now request Professor Dr. Kavita Endapurkar to kindly come forward to welcome and address the Martha.
Thank you. Good morning, one and all present here. Most respected Honorable Founder President Sir, Honorable Chancellor Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am. It is only with your blessings that I stand before you all to welcome this August gathering on the 9th National Conference of Amity School of Economics, that is on the theme of integrating diverse indigenous knowledge systems for the dynamic advancement of sustainable development goals, a global and inclusive approach. This conference aims to bring together the academicians, the policymakers, the industry experts, and the researchers to discuss how traditional knowledge systems and the modern ideas can get together so that we can come out with policies and solutions for the modern problems. Before we begin the session, it is my privilege to welcome all the distinguished dignitaries who have given us their kind consent and have joined us today offline as well as online. Those who have joined offline, I request and hope that I will be able to host them on the campus as well. It is my proud privilege to welcome you all on the behalf of Amity School of Economics, all the students, all the research scholars, all the participants, and I'm very happy and I feel greatly privileged and honored to welcome Ms. Shikha Roy, the Member of Legislative Assembly, Delhi. Let us give a big round of applause to her. Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. I also welcome Mr. Rajiv Kumar, who is Director, National Accounts Division, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. We welcome you, sir. Our guest of honor, Mr. Anthony Syriac, who is Additional Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance. I welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. I also request all of you to put your hands together to welcome Ms. Tanushri Roy, who is the policy consultant in Niti Aayog, and she is very close to our heart. Niti Aayog is very close to the hearts of economists. I also welcome Mr. Atul Kharate, who has joined us online, who is the Chief Operating Officer, Indian Oil Adani Ventures. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. I hope that you will be coming next time to our campus also.
Sure, definitely.
I will not take much of your time as we are already running little late and Ms. Shikha, madam has to leave for her very important works. So I will leave this over here. I hope that you all will enjoy the 2 days of conference and will definitely come out with solutions for the new problems which come from the traditional knowledge of system of India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your address. Has been both enlightening and inspiring.
Ms. Shikha Rai is a prominent leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the current MLA from the Greater Kailash Assembly constituency in Delhi, where she achieved a notable victory in the 2025 Delhi Assembly elections. A dedicated BJP member for over 3 decades, she has held key positions including General Secretary, Vice President, and President of the Women's Wing of the Delhi State BJP. She is a two-time former councillor from Greater Kailash and made history as the first woman chairperson of the Standing Committee and leader of the House in the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Professionally, Ms. Shikha Rai is an accomplished advocate practicing before the Supreme Court of India for over 33 years. Earlier in her career, she served as a lecturer in English at a university college and held roles such as a judicial member of the All India Film Certificate Appellate Tribunal and independent director in the National Handloom Development Corporation under the Textile Ministry. Known for her courage, she famously hoisted the Indian flag at Lal Chowk in Srinagar on Republic Day in 2011 despite terrorist threats. During the COVID-19 pandemic, she set up community kitchens and ensured distribution of medical kits, oxygen cylinders, and sanitation support to thousands in need. A true nationalist from a respected family of freedom fighters, Shikha Rai's motto is to place the nation and its people above all. She continues to focus on local development, including improvements in parks, roads, street lights, markets, and landmark projects like Nandan 1 Children's Park and multi-level car parking initiatives in her constituency. A solicitor specializing in international arbitrations from Cambridge University and a postgraduate in business management and finance from Bayes Business School, London. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to invite Ms. Shikha Rai to address the gathering.
आइए पहले मिलकर के बोलते हैं भारत माता की। मुझे दिख नहीं रही है गर्मजोशी कि आप पूरा 2 दिन का ये सेशन लेंगे यहाँ पर। इनिशियली अगर इतना ठंडे से चलेगा तो कैसे होगा, राइट? आइए मिलकर के फिर से बोलते हैं भारत माता की। थैंक यू। Distinguished dignitaries, respected scholars, policy makers, and my dear friends. I stand before you today to speak on a subject that's not only relevant for policy discussions, but crucial for survival of humanity itself. The integration of indigenous knowledge systems into the global framework for sustainable development. I'm not an expert on this subject. I just did my BA with one subject of economics that was long way back. Whatever I speak is what I feel. For decades, the world pursued development through rapid industrialization, technological growth, economic progress. But today, humanity stands at crossroads. And that is why it's beginning to recognize a deeper truth, which is true sustainability cannot exist without wisdom that is rooted in nature, culture, and community. Climate change, environmental degradation, and biodiversity. This loss reminds us that development is disconnected from nature And that is why we are facing difficulties these days. But long before the term sustainability entered the international vocabulary, our ancestors had already defined the philosophy of sustainable living. In the Atharva Ved, it is written, Mata Bhumihu Putro Aham Prithviya. The mother earth is my mother and I am her child. This single line captures a profound civilizational truth that human beings are not the owners of the earth, but they are the caretakers of it. And that the earth is not a resource to be consumed, but it is a living system which needs to be protected. This philosophy lies at the core of the India's ancient wisdom. Another timeless principle from our civilization declares Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. When the world functions as one family, sustainability is no longer a policy obligation, it becomes a moral responsibility. The holistic understanding of the relationship between human and nature is what we call indigenous knowledge of the system. Across the world, indigenous communities have preserved knowledge that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. But in India, the wisdom has lived not just in texts, but in the lives of our tribal and rural communities. For centuries, India's tribal communities have been the true guardians of forest, water system, and biodiversity. We all know the Bishnoi community of Rajasthan, how they protect their wildlife for over 500 years of as their religious duty. Similarly, communities like Dongriya Kond of Odisha, the Baiga tribe of Madhya Pradesh, and the Aptani tribe of Arunachal Pradesh, they have developed agricultural and ecological practices that sustain both livelihoods and ecosystems. I have heard of one bridge system in Manipur tribal areas where it is being made entirely from the trees. There is no concrete, there is no iron. The bridges across the river are made truly and only from the trees, the tree roots and tree branches. This is one of the tourist destinations also these days, which I'm talking about. So the farming systems of these tribal communities, they have protected biodiversity. Their forest traditions ensure regeneration. Their cultural practices and respect for nature. These communities did not learn sustainability from textbooks. They inherited it as a way of life. From traditional water harvesting systems like step wells and johars to sacred groves preserved by tribal communities to Ayurveda's deep understanding of natural balance, India's indigenous knowledge traditions have long promoted sustainable living. Today, India is working to bring this wisdom into modern governance. Under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India has taken a decisive step towards combining ancient wisdom with modern innovation. Our government believes that sustainable development must not merely be technological, it must also be cultural and civilization. That is why India has launched global initiatives like Mission Life, which is lifestyle for environment, which encourages sustainable living inspired by traditional values. Because sustainability does not begin in conference halls, it begins in everyday choices. India's efforts also include the creation of International Solar Alliance, bringing countries together for clean energy solutions. Through policies promoting natural farming, water conservation, and community driven environmental protection, India is building a development model that is both modern and rooted in tradition. As Narendra Modi ji has rightly said, climate change is not an environmental challenge, it is a moral challenge. And India is responding to that moral challenge through action. But we must also recognize something more important. Indigenous knowledge systems cannot simply be studied from afar. They must be respected, protected, and integrated into policy making. This means documenting traditional ecological knowledge before it disappears, empowering indigenous communities as partners in sustainability, ensuring their voices are heard in national and global decision making, and integrating traditional wisdom into modern education systems. Because the future of sustainability will not come from technology alone, it will come from technology guided by this wisdom. The world today needs a development model that balances progress with preservation. And India's civilizational ethos offer exactly this balance. As the greater leader Mahatma Gandhi has said, the earth provides enough to satisfy one's needs, but not enough to satisfy one's greed. These words are more relevant today than before. Friends, India is not barely participating in this global sustainability conversion, India is helping lead it because our approach to development is guided by our deeper understanding that the well being of humanity and the well being of nature are inseparable. This is why India's model of development combines Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Together, these principles reflect a commitment to inclusive, sustainable, and community driven progress. If the world truly wishes to achieve their sustainable development goals, it must listen to the wisdom of indigenous communities. It must respect cultural heritage. And it must recognize that the solution to our future often lies in the knowledge of our past. India stands ready to contribute its civilizational wisdom to this global mission because when we combine traditional knowledge, modern innovation, and collective global action, we do not just build sustainable societies, we build a sustainable civilization. Thank you. Jai Hind. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your insightful and thought provoking address. Your words have truly added depth to this gathering and have given all of us valuable perspectives to reflect upon.
We now invite our esteemed guest, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, an Indian Statistical Service Officer of 2006 batch. He is presently posted as Deputy Director General in the National Accounts Division of the Ministry of Statistics and Compilation and of more than 5 years. He has work experience of more than 15 years in the area of official statistics and has served in the Office of Registrar General of India and Census Commissioner and Directorate General of Commercial Intelligence and Statistics Ministry of Commerce. He has also worked extensively in collection and dissemination of official demographic data and has been exercising in bringing about estimates of vital rates at district level regarding annual health survey. He has also been working in the National Accounts Division in compilation of estimates of investment, construction, and agriculture sector. He is the currently responsible for preparation of supply use table, private final consumption expenditure, financial sector estimates. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me warmly welcoming Mr. Rajiv Kumar to address the gathering.
Thank you. I hope that I thought that my introduction was a bit technical. But anyway, so respected Sikharai ma'am, dignitaries on dais, senior management from the Amity universities, students from Amity universities, ladies and gentlemen. So I would not like to take much time and would like to be a little bit technical so as to serve some of the purpose that this conference is intended to achieve. As you noted that my work also to some extent relates to what you are trying to discover through your classroom, through your conferences, and through your learning process. So basically, first of all, I thank to invite me to provide me this opportunity to interact with you. Uh, Thank you for Indra Purkar ma'am, Niru ma'am, who took interest in our ministry and thought of having some kind of representation. Just to make some correction, Anthony Syriac sir is also working with us now. He was introduced as working with Ministry of Finance, which was his earlier position. Now he is working with Ministry of Statistics only. So basically, how we reach at the sustainable development goal scenario. So there lies the, you can think of that why we are, so what it tries to, from the Millennium Development Goal to Sustainable Development Goal. The basic realization is that if we have to make things sustainable and available for the generations to come, then the monitoring framework at the national level, at broad level, are insufficient to serve the purpose. And that's why you must have noticed through your educational curriculum also that sustainable development goes local. So it goes deeper into disaggregation, into the monitoring, into the data collection mechanism to inform the policies. So going local brings out the indigenous knowledge to the fore, because ultimately the at local level things move more indigenously than at the very macro level, such as nation state concept. So that's why the integration of indigenous or traditional knowledge with the policy framework which guides not only sustainable development goals, in general fiscal policy, monetary policy, general development policies also becomes a very imperative. And that's why I see that this conference is very timely and it should serve the purpose that can bridge the gap that exists between the traditional knowledge and its integration with the policy framework that we have. And to see that, if you see that how because one of the major objective is to arrive at a scenario there is no hunger or zero hunger. That is one of the goal of the very prominent goal of the sustainable development. So if you look at our traditional way of doing things, that how to produce the agricultural output so that it meets everyone. So you will find that the traditional farming culture practices, ma'am also referred to some of the practices, which are very much aligned with the geographical realities of the place. So that is what we need to, rediscover. Of course, the scale has to be different because traditionally the scale was not, that olden times did not have so much of population. But that is the challenge. And that challenge has to be met through this kind of discussion, and the solution framework has to come from different sectors, not only economics, agriculture, other technological discipline also has to work into it. So only one discipline cannot provide all kind of solutions. But that is how you can relate that how this traditional knowledge looks at removing the challenges that we are posing towards society through sustainable development goals. Similarly, if we move to the second goal where we want to have, good health to everyone. So we know that we have a rich tradition of our own, medicinal system. Currently, we have shifted, heavily towards the chemical-based medicinal system or pure system. But I mean, we need to rediscover those things. We know that excessive use of antibiotic has created a global problem for all humans. And this could be catastrophic, as we saw during the pandemics. So, I mean, solutions that is highly technology driven and which ignores the indigenous knowledge part, which I mean does not care to integrate the indigenous knowledge part, has the consequences which are existential in nature. So, if you look at the ways the traditional society, and if you look at the mythological stories or even the literature, so they seldom talk about the existential threat the way we are talking about now, because of the various developmental, I mean, practices we have followed. We have come to a place that we themselves have created existential crisis and threat to ourselves only. So that shows that how ignoring the indigenous knowledge has created a kind of scenario where we became or our knowledge has become the threat to ourselves only. Moving on to the education part again. So the kind of intergenerational knowledge transfer we used to have is missing. So I mean nowadays probably most of the people, young people in the room, are not aware that how their grandfather or great grandfather used to do their practices by integrating the wisdom of their ancestors. What is happening is that now we are moving into or we have moved into an educational ecosystem where we serve the purpose of the industrial complexes, not the social, need. So that is because industrial, society has its own purpose of, constantly going into the value-added cycle, and that creates its own problem. And we ignore in the process the social needs that we need to have, and that in itself creates another kind of life cycle problem that are associated or that one can see in the social life, especially if you look at the problems arising out of the Western societies. You will find that the earliest stage issues in the young age, people are suffering from a number of mental issues and other problems, which are created mainly because they are devoid of the previous generation knowledge, and they are not linked with the previous generation, their parents and their extended families, which creates a kind of vacuum in their mind that puts them hard to, place themselves in terms of who am I question. So what I am for, because it requires really a social setting and social connection to define these kind of existential questions at an individual level also. Now we know that people are talking about the climate threat, which are existential, and it has become a global issue, and everywhere people are talking about. If you look at the traditional way that we have, because all the things that are under threat were existent, 10,000 years ago also. But then people were wise enough to make use of it also and preserve it also. It's in the last 500 or 400 years only that we have, used it to the extent we have, taken out of in a manner that makes it really difficult to think of a sustainable society. And that creates the existential. So in this way, if you think about the governance structure, that is also part of how the society should govern, which is also part of the sustainable development goal. So what our forefathers have taught, and what tradition taught, that a good governance is the governance which is participatory, which is localized, which understand the need of the individuals, because the more you move at the higher level, it is really difficult to forget the need of the individual. It is easier to forget the need of the individuals. Their need gets blurred. You enter into a web of policy framework where individual probably stop matters. So these challenges has to be considered, and that is why I see that this conference is very timely. In that context, we need to keep in mind that it is easier to point out that we can do ourselves better by integrating the traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, but the task is not easier, and is easier said than done, because the main challenge that we face in having traditional knowledge in an institutional framework is that it is rarely documented in a way that we require it for the modern policy framework. Secondly, that as I said, that a lot of knowledge has been eroded because of the recent centuries intergenerational transfer has really been broken down. In addition to this, we need to, we cannot, in the present context, we cannot as it is utilize the traditional knowledge. We have to do some kind of brainstorming over it. We have to make it usable in the present context to serve the present need, to serve the present density, and to serve the present reality. Because the environment in which our ancestors were living and applying these knowledges is not, applicable in the, so just for example, we are surrounded by concrete, even in this. Our ancestors were not surrounded by these kind of concrete structures. And if we have to apply the old knowledge, we have to customize it that can make it usable in this concrete environment. So this kind of challenges, I think, will be best served by these kind of sessions or seminars or conferences. So I hope that this conference would be instrumental in bringing out even the smallest contribution towards this direction. It would be a huge success. I wish from myself grand success to the conference. Thank you for inviting me again. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful and motivating address. Your powerful words on empowerment and service have truly inspired us all and set a wonderful tone for today's event. As a gesture of our deep respect and gratitude, I would like to request Professor Dr. Kavita Endapulkar and the convener Dr. Neeru Sutana to kindly come forward and felicitate our chief guest, Ms. Shikha Rai.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enriching this conference with your presence. We are now honored to invite our guest of honor, Mr. Anthony Syriac, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India. Anthony Syriac is a distinguished economic advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, with an extensive career spanning over 2 decades in the Indian Economic Service. He has played a crucial role in monitoring macroeconomic variables, fiscal policy, public finance, and international economic relations, having served in key government bodies including the Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, and the 15th Finance Commission.
He brings a wealth of expertise in economic evaluation, policy research, and financial governance. A gold medalist in economics from Kerala University, he has also contributed to India's global economic engagements during his deputation to the HM Treasury UK. Beyond his professional role, he is actively involved in palliative care initiatives in Delhi, showcasing his commitment to social welfare. Sir, we request you to kindly share your thoughts with us.
Esteemed dignitaries on stage and dear students. Let me try to give a macro context to the conference. When we were students, the older lot of Homo sapiens in this room would remember the major debate was between growth and development. Will growth trickle down? Should development be given a different focus, etc.? You know the difference between these two terms. Development is more encompassing. It includes inclusion, poverty reduction, reduction of hunger, balanced regional development, everything. It's development per se. And then came the term SDGs later. So SDGs, what the way I see SDGs is it gave a concrete expression to the abstract term called economic development. See, if you see the first SDGs, it is not growth which is the first. Growth comes down the ladder. The first is no poverty, non-negotiable, no poverty, no hunger. Second, then well-being and health, education. So these, I mean, if you see, these are four non-negotiable tenets of human development. So the way I see is the SDGs give a concrete expression and quantitative measurable indicators to the abstract term called development. And the forthcoming goals in the SDG are, you know, it is in terms of preconditions for sustained development. Earth should be sustainable, water should be sustainable, there should be global cooperation on living, etc. Now, let me just briefly touch on the levers of growth. In growth development theory, which are the major levers of growth? In economics, we talk in terms of factors of production: land, labor, capital, and organizing. Now, when a country is capital deficient, how does it overcome the problem? The way I see is capital flows from countries which are abundant in capital, and labor, skilled labor flows from countries which have abundance of labor. This is what has happened over the past. Capital flows have been more liberal, labor flows have been boundless, unrestricted. So the liberal capital flows help the advanced countries with an avenue for their capital. It helped the developing countries to develop. And the technology flows, if you remember the Southeast Asia story, Japan, South Korea, etc., they clinched on this technology flows, free technology flows, and became developed. But how liberal are those flows now? The world is becoming more fragmented. Capital flows are no more liberal. There are strict laws governing migration of labor. I mean, the whole Europe, US, etc., are becoming more protectionist in terms of accommodating the developing country labor flows. So where is the avenue for growth? It is here that we need to develop our own systems of resilience. So if we are completely dependent on global flows of all the resources, then we don't have any resilience when a global flow gets affected, which is precisely the case now. So, I mean, this is where the traditional system gives us resilience. The second point, I mean, there are experts coming, I was seeing the panel. The second point, experts on Indian knowledge system, classification, the quantification of Indian knowledge, etc. The second point is that this gives a very effective lever for decentralized development. You know, let me take the example of the geographical indications in the country. There are around 700 GIs in the country. And if you arrange them state-wise, geography-wise, then you will see a very reasonable kind of spread. Now, suppose we focus on the GIs and their development. It gives us a geographically balanced instrument for balanced regional development. Now, with two caveats, I end my speech. One is that now how we have a lot of traditional knowledge, Indian knowledge system is rich. We need to develop them, but what is the current stage of development at which they are in? Do we have enough information? That is what Shikha ma'am talked about, documentation. The preliminary condition for development is information. Unless we know at what stage of development or underdevelopment are we at, we will not be able to development. Development cannot occur in darkness. So the first wish that I have as an outcome of this conference is that let it have a resolve on documenting the stage of development, the stage of market access to the Indian knowledge system based sectors. So that is the first thing. Second is, when I was seeing the data, I found that in the Indian labor force, around 10% have received their skills hereditarily. With skills that are inherited, the workforce was 10%. So the remaining 90% don't have any inherited skills. I am not equating inherited skills with traditional knowledge, but that is an available proxy for it. So now when we are conceptualizing the overall development of the country, we should also know the limitation of excessively focusing on traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge has its capabilities of providing immense resilience. It has the capacity to foster balanced regional development. However, the complementary efforts to cultivate modern knowledge-based development should also go on. So I think that resolve is also required from this conference. So I expect two concrete outcomes from this conference. One is that an academic cooperation to build systematic documentation and information on the state of development of Indian knowledge systems. Absolutely nothing. I have surveyed on these things. There is scattered information here and there, but there is no comprehensive documentation of this. Second, an understanding that traditional knowledge is indeed a great lever of development, but it has its limitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights.
We are honored to welcome Ms. Tanushree Roy, a public policy and legal professional working at the intersection of governance, sustainability, and cultural development. Ms. Roy currently serves at Niti Aayog, where she evaluates and contributes to the design of large national projects and public programs worth several thousand crores across sectors such as environment, rural development, agriculture, tourism, and social justice. Her work focuses on strengthening evidence based policy making, institutional reform, and ensuring that public investments translate into meaningful developmental outcomes. She holds an MPhil in public policy from the University of Cambridge and a degree in law. Earlier in her career, she was part of India's negotiating teams in international trade and environmental agreements, contributing to discussions on sustainability, labor standards, transparency, and dispute settlement frameworks in global economic governance. Beyond her policy work, Ms. Roy is also a founder and artistic director of the Shrinkla Center of Arts and Development, a nationally recognized cultural institution that has delivered over 1,000 performances and cultural programs in India and internationally. Through this work, she has used traditional performing arts as tools for environmental awareness, social inclusion, and grassroots community engagement, helping bridge cultural knowledge systems with contemporary developmental challenges. Her work has been recognized through several national and international honors, including the Commonwealth Scholarship from the Government of the United Kingdom, the Duke of Edinburgh Award, Distinguished Alumni Award, Sarojini Naidu International Women's Award, and others for her contributions to culture and public service. With experience spanning international negotiations, national policy making, grassroots level developmental practice, Ms. Roy is uniquely placed to talk about the topic being discussed today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Tanushree Roy.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished faculty members, members on the dais, participants, and students. It is indeed a privilege for me to speak at this important conference. And I thank the organizers for having me here to share a few reflections. In my short address today, I'll try to bring together the different narratives and the different thoughts put together by our speakers today, while particularly emphasizing on some initiatives being spearheaded by the Government of India. At a time where the world is grappling with issues of climate change, inequality, and as I mentioned, the ramifications of geopolitical uncertainties, it reminds us that development is not just about economic growth. It is about building resilient societies, sustainable ecosystems, and ensuring dignity and opportunity for all. In my own professional journey as a policy practitioner and a cultural entrepreneur, I have come to appreciate that these knowledge systems are not merely heritage. They are living repositories of ecological wisdom, community governance, and sustainable living. As Shikha ma'am mentioned earlier in her speech, in India itself, this knowledge spans a wide range of domains, from agriculture, medicine, architecture, water management, community governance, and so on. But what is important is the emphasis on balance. Balance between human needs, economic development, and ecological preservation and regeneration. But concepts such as that have always existed, but it's only now that policy practitioners are truly trying to integrate it with contemporary, while dealing with contemporary policy challenges. For decades, modern development frameworks were largely built on a technocratic model of development. And we've seen that it's generated many unintended consequences. And a lot of times, these have been tackled by standardized policy solutions. But we are realizing that our indigenous knowledge systems are not some relics of the past, but they are sophisticated systems of knowledge built through centuries of observation, experimentation, and lived experience.
Now let's come to some examples from India, as ma'am mentioned, in water management. The Johats from Rajasthan, Zings in Ladakh, the bamboo drip irrigation system from Meghalaya, the temple tanks from southern India, directly aligning with the SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, and 13, climate action. Coming to agriculture, mixed cropping traditions, millet cultivation, a focus on organic farming, directly aligning with SDG 2, zero hunger, and SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. Community-led environmental stewardship, the Bishnoi community in Rajasthan, sacred groves across the Western Ghats, directly aligning with 15, life on land. Our approaches towards health and well-being, traditional knowledge systems in medicine, Ayurveda, Unani, aligning with SDG 3, good health and well-being. And of course, our local governance systems, rooted in traditional, collective governance and traditional economies, directly aligning with SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And there are numerous other examples from communities in New Zealand, North America, Latin America, and so on. In particular, let me come to some initiatives that the Indian government is doing to integrate this, which I think would also provide a basis for the conversations in the conference going forward. Firstly, we've tried to launch the Indigenous knowledge cells and align it with the national education policy to link these knowledge systems to contemporary policy challenges. Secondly, building a traditional knowledge digital library, which has tried to document thousands of formulations from Ayurveda and other traditional systems, protecting them from biopiracy and making them accessible to scientific research. There are institutions such as the National Innovation Foundation, which have worked to identify grassroots innovators and traditional practices developed by rural communities and integrate them with formal extension services. The Ministry of Ayush, through its National Ayush Mission, is trying to promote and integrate our traditional medical systems into current public health strategies. In agriculture, we have the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, in particular the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, which focuses on traditional organic farming clusters, and a National Mission for Natural Farming, which is trying to promote chemical-free farming practices. The Ministry of Jal Shakti, particularly through initiatives like the Atal Bhujal Yojana, is trying to revive traditional water bodies by community-led water management practices. In the cultural, tribal promotion space as well, we have the Ministry of Tribal Affairs through initiatives like the Tri-Fed One Dhan Yojana to help support tribal communities. And the Ministry of Culture has recently started the National Mission for Cultural Mapping, wherein they are trying to document intangible cultural heritage. All of this, trying to, use all of this to lead to rural economic revitalization. So these are just few examples that the current government is doing, but there are many, many more, and much more is to be done. But as we've discussed earlier, and as speakers have mentioned, the documentation is important, but it's also important to create institutional frameworks that allow these knowledge systems to interact productively. And this requires three important shifts. Firstly, moving from integration to active participation of these communities in the co-designing of all our policy solutions. Second, from extraction to knowledge sovereignty, helping communities retain agency over these knowledge systems. And third, from moving from sectoral silos to systems thinking, really understanding the interdependence between ecosystems, livelihood, and culture. And it is only when we develop this holistic thinking can we truly realize the ethos of the Sustainable Development Goals. And it is here where institutions like universities have an extremely important role to play, not only while bringing together such knowledge platforms where different stakeholders can integrate, but also by helping bridge these knowledge systems, documenting indigenous practices, validating them through interdisciplinary research, and translating them into usable policy frameworks. Allow me to conclude with a simple thought. When we speak about indigenous knowledge, we often frame it as something belonging to the past. But we need to think about it differently. Many of the ideas that define sustainability today, they are not simply a record from where we've come from, but a guide to where we can go. And as Sir mentioned, if we can bring together the strengths of modern science, technological innovation, realize the limitations, but also take the strengths from it, and take the wisdom embedded in our knowledge systems, we can truly build development pathways which enable a more sustainable and equitable future. And in doing so, definitely move towards the goal of realizing a sustainable and prosperous Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Your words have truly enriched this gathering. We now invite our esteemed guest, Dr. Atul Karate, Chief Operating Officer, Indian Oil Adani Ventures Limited, who is joining us online today. Dr. Atul Karate is a seasoned industry leader with over 2 decades of experience in oil and gas, supply chain, and new and green energy sectors. An electrical engineer by training, he holds an MBA in oil and gas management, postgraduate diplomas in environmental management, supply chain management, and energy management, and a PhD in energy management. He has also completed advanced leadership training on strategies for growth at Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Active in key industry forums such as CII, FICCI, FIPI, IFGE, IBA, and WBA, he has contributed to discussions on the Global Biofuel Alliance, GBA, and G20 energy transition initiatives. At IAVL, he leads strategic business development, operations, renewable energy initiatives, including biogas, enterprise risk management, CSR, IT, and strategic partnerships while serving on boards of affiliate entities. His passion lies in advancing ESG principles, sustainable growth, and green energy solutions to bolster India's economy and industry. We are delighted to have him with us virtually today. May I now request Dr. Atul Karate to kindly address the gathering from his online platform.
Good morning, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you, Amity School of Economics, for really pulling us together and having this brainstorming on the occasion of 2 days national conference, and more specifically talking about the integrating diverse indigenous knowledge with respect to the advancement of sustainable development goals. And I think it's vital in terms of the current situation and scenario to talk about it from the perspective of India. When we today see the whole global situation, which has been talked very recently by the couple of speakers, India being one of the fourth largest economy, and we are position ourselves to be the third largest in couple of years. In those aspects, the 140 plus billion people, which is like the each sixth person in the globe is Indian today, and we are one of the most stable economy in spite of the various global challenges. Coming back to the perspective of sustainability in those aspects, I think it is important to understand it from the energy industry point of view. Since I'm representing energy industry, I will try to cover up a few points related to sustainable activities which government of India along with the various departments and private sector have taken as an initiative for us. Uh, we as a country is really looking and having an energy vision for enabling inclusive growth through affordable, reliable and sustainable energy. And it's very true in the current situation. We have been observing that with couple of weeks of disturbances, what has happened to the Indian energy scenario. And For us, it's also important, being a developing country, to maintain a good balance between the meeting the priorities of the country. At the same time, how can we position ourselves on the global scale in terms of sustainability? I would like to share certain statistics here for my young students. We are committed in terms of moving towards gas-based economy as a part of our uh, being reliance in the energy sector. If you consider last year's statistics, India has achieved about 6.8% of the gas contribution in the overall energy pie, and that we intended to increase to 15%. So this is very clear-cut goal in terms of how can we have our journey towards independence in the energy sector. Then we talked about cleaner use of fossil fuels like petroleum products and coal in the coming days. In that connection, I think the 20% ethanol blending in the petrol is one of the most successful model. We have been saved about more than 1 lakh crore rupees of money because of the ethanol blending, and that money has been largely distributed to the agriculture economy of the country, which has also added value to the rural development system. When we talked about greater reliance on domestic source to drive the biofuels, I think the initiatives like waste to energy, the initiatives which has started by Ministry of Petroleum and Ministry of New and Renewable Energy for the development of solar system in the country, for the development of other new fuels like hydrogen and maybe a methanol in the future, that will add value apart from the compressed biogas as in one of the uh, low hanging fruits which we can really target for the country. We have also targeted for the 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, and I'm very happy to share that under the various commitment of G20 or G8, India is one of the most committed. India is one of the most forefront in terms of leading these initiatives. And you may recall the address by Honorable Prime Minister last year from Red Fort. He talked about the achievement of this milestone much more beyond the targeted timeline of 2030. So that is how it reflects our commitment towards a holistic development of energy ecosystem and really ensuring that we are committed towards having a reliable resources. When we position ourselves as an like the third Indian economy as an at the global ranking, I think we need to have a balance between what is the need of the normal population in the country vis-a-vis the industrialization need, as well as what global scale industries are looking for us. So that fine balance we need to maintain, and that is how, in spite of several global challenges for the supply of gas or supply of energy, I think the government of India has done a very fantastic job. Very strategically, they have increased the sources of energy, the sources of crude supplies, and earlier it was only 5 6 countries, and we were largely dependent on the Aramco or to the body of a couple of countries which were supplying energies to us. Today we have more than 35 36 countries supplying from the larger part of the world, and in the interest of nation, I think we have negotiated it well, although there are some challenges. However, uh, I think this collaboration is required in terms of industry and academia, where the new generation leader have to really understand what is the sustainability for us as a country, because we are quite a diverse country. We need to see the balance between developmental need of country as well as how can we really add value to the environmental and sustainability factors. I think we will have a more detailed dialogue whenever I will have an opportunity to visit physically at the university. I take this opportunity to really thanks Dr. Kavita, Dr. Neeru, and the entire organizing team for calling me. I'm really committed to visit the campus and also interact with the students so that we can also work out jointly what type of better collaboration as an industry and academia we can do which will really add value to both of us. Once again, thanks to all panel members and to the managing committee of Amity School of Economics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring address, delivered so effectively through this online session. Your expertise on energy transition, sustainability, and strategic growth has truly enriched our event. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, scholars, and dear participants, it is a moment of great pride and privilege for us to felicitate the eminent personalities who have graciously joined us today. Their presence adds immense value to this conference and inspires us as we engage in meaningful discussions and knowledge sharing. As a gesture of our deep respect and gratitude, we would now like to felicitate our distinguished dignitaries with a small token of appreciation. I would now like to request Professor Dr. Kavita Indapurkar and the convener, Dr. Neeru Sidana, to kindly come forward and extend a warm welcome to our dignitaries. Guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Guest of honor, Mr. Anthony Syria. Keynote speaker, Ms. Tanushri Roy. We are also delighted to have one of our keynote speakers joining us online, Mr. Atul Karate, and we extend our heartfelt welcome and gratitude for taking the time to be a part of this conference virtually. We truly wish you were here with us in person, but we sincerely appreciate your presence with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Neeru Sidana is working as an associate professor at Amity University, Amity School of Economics, Amity University, Noida. Dr. Neeru possesses over 18 years of extensive teaching experience in the academic sector and has made significant contributions to teaching, research, and academic administration. Throughout her career, she has demonstrated consistent academic excellence and has set high professional benchmarks. Her area of interest and research are applied economics, econometrics, and financial economics. She is a lifetime member of professional bodies such as Indian Commerce Association and All India Management Association. She has published over 100 research articles and research papers in various international and national reputed journals indexed in Scopus and has successfully organized 5 national conferences along with several national level seminars and workshops. She is recognized as an editor and reviewer for various referred and peer reviewed journals. With a strong commitment to teaching and faculty development, she has participated in over 50 seminars, workshops, conferences, faculty development programs, and management development programs, and has presented research papers at both national and international forums. Her professional experience is complemented by strong interpersonal skills and academic leadership capabilities contributing effectively to institutional growth and academic excellence. I now invite Dr. Neeru Sidana to address the March gathering.
A very good morning to one and all. Thank you is such a word that cannot be seen or touched, but it must be felt by heart. I stand before you with a heart brimming with gratitude and joy as we conclude the inaugural ceremony of the 9th Conference of Amity School of Economics. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence and made it convenient to attend this inaugural program of 9th National Conference organized by Amity School of Economics, Amity University, Noida. I, on the behalf of Organizing Committee of Amity School of Economics, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Founder, President Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan for his kind blessings and giving nod for this conference. We owe to you, sir. We are grateful to our worthy Honorable Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, for guiding and extending his kind support from the very beginning. Thank you so much, sir. We are thankful to our visionary Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Ravinder Shukla. Madam, under your able leadership, this event could be possible. Thanks from the core of the heart for your kind care and concern. I extend my deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Ms. Shikha Roy, for blessing us with your esteemed presence and delivering an illuminating address. I am profoundly thankful to Mr. Rajiv Kumar for his esteemed presence as guest of honor. Your valuable perspective on sustainable and inclusive advancement have lent significant depth and gravitas to this gathering. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Anthony Sarek, for sparing your valuable time and blessing this gathering with your wisdom and vision. All the words exchanged here today will undoubtedly motivate us in our future endeavors. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to our keynote speakers. A special note of appreciation to our keynote speakers, Dr. Atul Karate and Ms. Tanushri Roy, for your thought-provoking address that have laid a strong intellectual foundation for the theme of the conference. I would like to thank our head of institution, Professor Dr. Kavita Indrapurkar ma'am, for her constant guidance, help and motivation that radiated a source of energy within us. My appreciation also goes to the entire organizing committee, faculty colleagues, staff, student volunteers, and technical team for their tireless efforts behind the scenes, which made this inaugural ceremony possible and dignified. As a convener of this conference, I stand before you today filled with immense gratitude. I personally extend my hearty thanks to one and all associated with this event and their contribution. Under the umbrella of present conference, ASC have organized one flagship event, Aram Expo 2026. To give hands-on understanding to our students with respect to bridging the indigenous innovation with evolving market demands, which can create a dynamic platform for sustainable entrepreneurship. I request all the dignitaries to proceed for the inaugural ceremony of Aram Expo 2026 at the Palm Court area. Thank you so much. You all are requested to please accompany us for the high tea after the inaugural ceremony of Aram Expo 2026. So all are requested to please proceed to the Palm Court area for the inaugural ceremony of and come back in every seminar hall. Thank you so much. Attendance would be given only on the presence of your presence in the hall only. CRs will take the attendance. Please come back here on. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Before we proceed further, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and introduce our valuable sponsors who have supported this conference and its vision. Mauryan AI is an India first artificial intelligence company developing the next generation of consumer AI software rooted in India culture, languages, and education systems while maintaining global research standards. The company aims to make high quality intelligence accessible to millions by creating AI systems that naturally understand how Indians learn, communicate, and engage with technology. Built specifically for Indian needs, modern AI focuses on native English, Hindi, and vernacular understanding, along with strong alignment with Indian curricula and competitive examinations. Through products such as AI tutors and conversational AI tools for students and young professionals, modern AI seeks to transform consumer AI in India by building intelligent, culturally aware systems that enhance learning productivity and everyday decision making. Mr. Jay Bakshi is the founder of Modern AI, an Indian first artificial intelligence company building culturally native, education centric consumer AI systems. Having performed at the top of his class throughout his school experience in India, Jay went to study physics at University of California, Los Angeles, where he developed a rigorous analytical and mathematical approach to problem solving. He further specialized in machine learning at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, gaining exposure to advanced AI research and modern model development techniques. His work today sits at the intersection of applied research, product design, and large scale deployment with a focus on language, reasoning, and education, tailored specifically for India. As a founder, Jay combines research depth with education discipline, building systems intended not just for short term utility, but for long term national and generational impact. I would now thank you, sir, for your valuable contribution to the ninth National Conference. Yes, yes, that's good. So sorry. I think so. Yeah.
Student in 4 years, kindly call your friends from outside if they've gone. The attendance won't be provided to you if you're not present in this hall for any of the classes in this entire day that has been scheduled. कोई तो होगा। Sustainable Development Goals. A global and inclusive approach conference offers students a valuable opportunity to understand how traditional knowledge can contribute to modern solutions for global challenges. Students interested in sustainability and development can explore how Indigenous knowledge systems support environmental conservation, sustainable infrastructure, and climate resilience. Technology and management enthusiasts gain insights into how fields like AI, digital finance, governance, and marketing can integrate Indigenous wisdom for inclusive growth. Additionally, students from diverse academic backgrounds gain a deeper understanding of how Indigenous knowledge systems can complement modern approaches to address global challenges and support the achievement of sustainable development goals. Researchers and academicians gain access to a wide range of perspectives and insights, while aspiring professionals and entrepreneurs can connect with experts working across fields such as technology, governance, finance, sustainability, and social development. This comprehensive platform also inspires individuals interested in innovation, cultural sustainability, ethical leadership, and inclusive growth, making it a meaningful and enriching learning experience for every participant.
Before we proceed further, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and introduce our valuable sponsors who have supported this conference and its vision. Modern AI is an India first artificial intelligence company developing the next generation of consumer AI software rooted in Indian culture, languages, and education systems while maintaining global research standards. The company aims to make high quality intelligence accessible to millions by creating AI systems that naturally understands how Indians learn, communicate, and engage with technology. Built specifically for Indian needs, modern AI focuses on native English, Hindi, and vernacular understanding, along with strong alignment with Indian curricula and competitive examinations. Through products such as AI tutors and conversational AI tools for students and young professionals, modern AI seeks to transform consumer AI in building intelligent, culturally aware systems that enhance learning, productivity, and everyday decision making. Mr. Jay Bakshi is the founder of Modern AI, an an India first artificial intelligence company building culturally native, education centric consumer AI systems. Having performed at the top of his class throughout his school experience in India, Jay went on to study physics at the University of California, Los Angeles, where he developed a rigorous analytical and mathematical approach to problem solving. He further specialized in machine learning at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, gaining exposure to advanced AI research and modern model development techniques. His work today sits at the intersection of applied AI research, product design, and large scale deployment with a focus on language, reasoning, and education tailored specifically for India. As a founder, Jack combines research depth with execution, discipline, building systems intended not just for short term utility, but for long term national and generational impact. His broader vision is to help redefine consumer software in India by making advanced intelligence accessible, reliable, and deeply human. I now like to request Mr. Jay Bakshi to address the gathering.
All right. First things first, extremely jet lagged, so forgive me for the brevity. Before I started my company, a close associate of mine, a venture capitalist at a fairly large firm, told me to put my big brain to use back in the United States. He said that there's no future in building consumer products for a country like India. Who decided that? Our people are one of the most neglected user bases in the world. Whatever the West got 5 years ago, we hope to get now. Their messiahs are false prophets. They don't care about our youth or our future. We are nothing more than an army of 1 billion pawns to them. They use our population to get traction and secure bigger funding from their overlords. Do you think that American CEOs genuinely respect India as an innovator in the space of AI? The answer is no, they do not. What has been our innovation in AI so far? Architectural innovation. Nothing. We have not shifted the needle. We have not even made a viable product yet. ChatGPT has 100 million weekly users in India. We are nothing more than a marketplace for them. Yet we welcome them with open arms at our summit. Does that make sense to you? They profit off of us and we welcome them into our country. They use our workers as engineers and data scientists while keeping all control to themselves. I believe we have seen a similar setup before, and the name of that organization was the East India Company. They stripped us of our right to kingdoms, left us scattered, fearful, and still hoping for a job at Microsoft. We built Silicon Valley, and we have nothing to show for it. Now, my team and I are on the verge of making one of the most capable small language models in the world. Our 1 billion parameter model will hold the multi-step reasoning capabilities of models 24 times its size. We will purpose this tool for the Indian education industry, a personal tutor with in-depth knowledge of Indian curriculum and all major entrance exams, GAT, GLAT, JEE, NEET, UPSC. And once I'm done there, I will move to undergraduate and postgraduate education. Every one of you in this room will have a personal AI tutor running locally on your phone without internet, made by me. There will be a day with the tiny language model running self-hosted on every cellular device in the world, and I will be right there looking at the big labs saying, I told you so. Now, my advisory board told me to stay charismatic, humble, and likable when I speak to audiences. I am a genius. I am not just a founder, I am a warrior. Alexander was cut from the cloth of me. Yesterday is historical data. Therefore, tomorrow is not a mystery. Tomorrow is what I say it will be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable contribution to the 9th National Conference.
Moving forward, it is our pleasure to introduce our sponsors and gifting partners, Kalatya. Kalatya is a premium gifting brand built on a 40-year legacy of expertise in natural stone craftsmanship. With deep roots in the marble and stone industry, Kalatya brings the timeless beauty of natural materials into the world of modern gifting. Every piece reflects careful selection of stones, refined designs, and a commitment to quality that has been developed through decades of experience. They specialize in luxury commercial gifting and wedding gifting, offering distinctive products that leave a lasting impression. From elegant corporate gifts that strengthen professional relationships to meaningful wedding favors that celebrate life's most special moments, Kalatya transforms gifts into memorable keepsakes. What sets Kalatya apart is the combination of heritage craftsmanship and contemporary aesthetics. Each product is thoughtfully designed and handcrafted from natural stone, ensuring that no two pieces are exactly the same. This uniqueness makes Kalatya gifts not just objects, but symbols of elegance, exclusivity, and lasting value. With a strong foundation in natural stone and a vision to elevate gifting, Kalatya aims to redefine how people experience premium corporate and wedding gifting, creating pieces that are timeless, sophisticated, and deeply memorable.
Immortal Gaming, started in 2018, is a modern gaming hub located in Satyaniketan, New Delhi. It is Delhi's first NVIDIA certified gaming hub, offering high performance gaming PCs, best in class equipment for VR experiences, and a premium gaming environment. It hosts regular gaming tournaments and events that brings gamers together. With top quality setups and a vibrant community atmosphere, Immortal Gaming aims to host Delhi's sports culture and provide an exciting space for both casual and competitive gamers.
Next, we would like to acknowledge one of our esteemed sponsors, Advocate Umed Singh. Advocate Umed Singh is a respected legal professional approved by the Notary Public and currently serves as the Secretary of the Bar Association at the Janakpuri District Center. He specializes in property documentation, drafting, and registration services, providing trusted legal consultation in matters related to property law. Alongside his legal practice, he is also the owner of SBJ School, reflecting his commitment to education and community development. We truly appreciate your vision, sir.
Before bidding adieu, we would like to state the 6 technical sessions falling under the banner of our conference. The first tracks talk about the integrating diverse IKS for dynamic advancement of sustainable development goals, inclusive approach. The second track revolves around IKS-enabled digital finance and accounting, inclusion, sustainability, and transparency. These 2 tracks will be conducted today, that is 16th March 2026, in the second half. The third track explores IKEA's-inspired governance and public service innovation, sustainability, inclusion, and digital transformation in global framework. The fourth one is dedicated towards IKEA's-infused tech solution for sustainable socio-economic progress. The fifth track talks about the IKEA's-driven sustainable digital transformation and inclusive growth, integrating dynamic advancement of sustainable development goals. The last track is around IKEA's-inspired management practices, sustainable technology, ethics, and workforce reformation. These 4 tracks will be conducted tomorrow, that is Tuesday, 17th March 2026.
It gives me great pleasure to conclude this inaugural session of the 9th Hybrid National Conference on Integrating Diverse Indigenous Knowledge Systems for Dynamic Advancement of Sustainable Development Goals, a global and inclusive approach, by expressing our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to all our esteemed speakers, guests, and attendees. We have been privileged to hear from some of the most insightful and inspiring leaders who have shared their wisdom, experiences, and visions for the future. Their knowledge and expertise have provided us with valuable insights and perspectives that will shape our thinking and actions going forward. I would like to thank our honored guests and delegates who have graced us with their presence and added richness and diversity to our discussions. Your participation and contribution have been instrumental in making this conference a success. Furthermore, I would like to extend my appreciation to all the organizers, heads, and my cooperative hosts, Akanksha and Pragya. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank all of you, the participants and attendees, for your enthusiasm, curiosity, and engagement. Your active involvement and passion for learning and networking have made this inaugural session a memorable and meaningful experience. See you all in your respective sessions. And with this, everyone is requested to disperse for lunch and kindly join back for the panel for the track sessions happening at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to start with our track first today. So sustainable development cannot be achieved by the modern science alone. It must also drawn from the wisdom of indigenous tradition that have long sustained community and ecosystem. With the blessing of our honorable founder president Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Chancellor Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, and unwavering support of our Vice Chancellor Ma'am Dr. Palvinder Shukla and HOI Professor Dr. Kavita Indapurkar, the MD School of Economics is organizing the 9th National Conference on Integrating Diverse Indigenous Knowledge System for Dynamic Advancement of Sustainable Development, a global and inclusive approach. Distinguished guests, esteemed session chair, respected faculty member, researcher, and dear participant, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this session under the track titled Integrating Diverse IKS for Dynamic Advancement of Sustainable Development Goal, a Global and Inclusive Approach.
This track brings together diverse scholarly perspectives that explore how indigenous knowledge systems can contribute to sustainable development, social inclusion, environmental conservation, and policy innovation. By bridging traditional wisdom with contemporary research and development frameworks, such discussions help advance meaningful progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. We are honored to host a range of insightful research presentations today and look forward to an engaging and a thought-provoking session.
Now, it is great to honor and introduce and welcome Dr. T.V. Prasad, Associate Professor in the field of anthropology at University of Delhi, whose work has significantly contributed to our understanding of indigenous knowledge system and their relationship with sustainable development. Dr. Prasad has conducted extensive field work among several indigenous and tribal communities, particularly focusing on the Jarwa and other indigenous group of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. His research has greatly contributed to understanding and preserving the traditional knowledge, culture, and livelihood system of these communities. He has also led several important research projects exploring the impact of tourism and development of indigenous knowledge system in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, as well as studying the resilience and adaptation of tribal communities in changing socio-economic environment. Through his work, Dr. Prasad has played a vital role in documenting and protecting traditional knowledge systems, sustainable livelihood practices, and cultural heritage among the tribal society. His research continues to provide a valuable insight into how indigenous wisdom contribute to contemporary decisions on sustainable and development. It is truly an honor of us to have him with us today. On behalf of the organizing committee and all the participants present here, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Devi Prasad and we look forward to have your valuable insight and guidance during this session.
Now, with a great privilege, let's welcome Dr. Piali Majumdar. Dr. Piali Majumdar is currently serving as a visiting assistant professor to the area of economics and public policy at Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak. Dr. Majumdar has worked closely with several important policy institutions, including the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of Government of India, as well as leading think tanks such as Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Indian Council for Research and International Economic Relations, and National Council of Applied Economic Research. Her teaching areas include international trade, microeconomics, industrial economics, the Indian economy, while her research also focuses on industrial development, trade dynamics, productivity, and environmental sustainability. She has published important research on topics such as environmental management standards in Indian manufacturing, industrial agglomeration and export dynamics, and the microeconomic environmental implications of coal transition in India. She has also written insightful opinion pieces on global climate policies and international trade measures, including the carbon border adjustment mechanism. We are truly honored to have you with us today, ma'am. On behalf of the organizing team, faculty members, and all the participants present here, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Piali Majumdar. We look forward to your valuable insights and guidance during this session.
Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate our esteemed session chair, Dr. D.V. Prasad, Associate Professor in Department of Anthropology at University of Delhi. May I request Dr. Shilpi Verma ma'am to kindly present us the token of appreciation as a gesture of gratitude and respect. So, thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and for being a part of this session. We are truly honored by your presence today.
Next, it is my privilege to facilitate our respected session chair, Dr. Piali Majumdar, visiting assistant professor in economics and public policy at the Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today and for sharing your valuable time and insights with us. We are deeply grateful to both our session chairs. Thank you once again to both our respective session chairs. With that, we will now begin the paper presentations for this session. Presenters, please note that you have a total of 10 minutes for your presentation. 5 minutes to present your paper and 2 minutes for the Q&A session. We encourage you to make the most of this time and take valuable insights from our esteemed session chairs during the discussion. Now, we'll begin with the presentations. Our first presentation is paper ID 1 by Ms. Gurupal Chadha, titled Dependent Origination and the Sustainable Development Goals, a Buddhist Ethical Framework.
Good afternoon. In the meantime, I would like to know how many of we are present here physically out of 15. Can you raise your hands? 4. Okay. Since we have 15 papers, time is very limited. Try to finish within 7 to 8 minutes. Later we'll have a discussion. Okay? No, last one. Yeah. We will have question answer session at the back end.
7 minutes for presentation.
Ms. Gurupal Chadha, you can start. We'll move to paper ID 4 by Sudiksha, titled Cultural Values and Institutional Support as Determinants of Entrepreneurial Intention, Evidence from India.
Good morning, good afternoon, one and all present here. My name is Sudiksha Srivastava, and I'm an MD student from Amity School of Economics, Amity University. Today, I'll be presenting my research titled Cultural Values and Institutional Support as Determinants of Entrepreneurial Intention, Evidence from India. This research has been conducted under the guidance of Dr. Professor Kavita Indapurkar ma'am and Dr. Neeru Sadana ma'am. The study attempts to understand how social, cultural, and institutional factors influence the entrepreneurial intentions of young individuals in India, particularly those living in Tier 2 and Tier 3 Indian states. So, to introduce my research with, entrepreneurship plays a very important role in economic growth, innovation, and employment generation. In emerging economies like India, entrepreneurship is often seen as key drivers of regional development and job creation. However, starting economies like India, entrepreneurship is seen as key drivers, and starting a business is rarely a spontaneous decision. Instead, it is usually the result of a planned cognitive process, which is referred to as entrepreneurial intention. Therefore, understanding the focus that shape entrepreneurial intention is important for educators, policymakers, and institutions that aim to promote entrepreneurship among youth. This study examines how individual perception, cultural values, and institutional support systems interact to influence entrepreneurial intention. A little background about my study. Over a past decade, India has introduced several initiatives to promote entrepreneurship, such as Startup India, Skill India, and various incubation programs. Despite these initiatives, entrepreneurial participation remains uneven across different regions of India. Most entrepreneurial ecosystem and startup hubs are concentrated in major metropolitan cities. However, Tier 2 and Tier 3 regions are increasingly emerging as potential centers for entrepreneurial activity. I have used a few definitions. So I have used a few definitions. So starting with entrepreneurial intention. In this study, entrepreneurial intention refers to a conscious and planned state of mind that reflects an individual's willingness and commitment to start a business venture in the future. The second definition is of youth. This study focuses on youth aged between 18 to 35 years. This age group represents the most active and dynamic segment of population, as young individuals are more likely to explore innovative career path and entrepreneurial opportunities. This definition is also consistent with the India's national youth policy and international definitions of youth. Thirdly, tier 2 and tier 3 Indian states. They are characterized by developing economic infrastructure and emerging entrepreneurial ecosystems. Compared to metropolitan regions, these areas often have different social, cultural, and institutional environment. For example, family influence may be stronger and institutional support systems such as incubation centers or entrepreneurial networks may still be developing. These differences make tier 2 and tier 3 regions as important context for studying entrepreneurship. Now moving on to the problem statement, despite increasing policy attention, the promotional initiative entrepreneurial participation among youth in tier 2 and 3 Indian states remains uneven, relatively unexplored in academic research. Existing studies largely focus on metropolitan regions, overlooking the unique cultural, familial, and institutional and regulatory context that shape entrepreneurial intention in non-metro areas. In addition, previous studies often focuses on individual psychological factors while giving less attention to contextual factors such as cultural values, institutional support, and regulatory framework. Therefore, this study attempts to address the research gap. So the research gap would be although theory of planned behavior have widely used and explained the entrepreneurial intention, most studies emphasize on personal attitude and perception. However, in emerging economies like India, environmental and institutional factors play a significant role in shaping entrepreneurial behavior. So this study integrates cultural values, institutional support, and regulatory environment into the analysis to provide more comprehensive understanding of entrepreneurial intention. Research questions goes like, what is the level of entrepreneurial intention among tier 2 and 3 Indian states? How do cultural and family values affect entrepreneurial intention among youth in tier 2 and 3 Indian states? What are the role of institutional and social support systems? And how do regulatory, taxation, and financial support mechanism influence? The objective would be to examine the entrepreneurial intention, to examine the relationship between the cultural and family values, to analyze institutional and social support for business startups, and to analyze regulatory, taxation, and financial support. My hypothesis would be to check the significance of institutional social support, regulatory, taxation, and cultural and family values on the entrepreneurial intention. The variables I have used is dependent variable is entrepreneurial intent and independent variable in institutional and social support for business startup, cultural and family values on entrepreneurship, regulatory taxation and financial support for entrepreneurship. The theory which I have used is the theory of planned behavior, as it is primarily grounded by theory of planned behavior, which is proposed by Alden in 1991, which explains the entrepreneurial intention as function of three psychological determinants, that is attitude, subjective norms, and perceived behavior. So it aligns well with my study because attitude reflects desirability, subjective norms capture cultural and family influence, and perceived behavior control represent institutional and regulatory feasibility. Thus, theory of planned behavior allows integration of psychological and contextual factors. The research methodology is quantitative and explanatory research design. Populations I am surveying is in the age group of 18 to 35 years. Sampling technique which I'll be using is purpose sampling, and sample size is 384. Data collection through variables. The measurement scale is 5-point Likert scale, and data analysis will be done through SPSS Smart PLS. I'm in between them. I'll show the model. So this is the model which I'll be carrying forward. The regulatory, taxation, and financial support and cultural family value influence on institutional and social support, and it will be mediating to the entrepreneurial intention. So the conceptual framework is the proposed conceptual framework examines the factor influencing entrepreneurial intention among Indian youth. The model includes three key variables, and the cultural and regulatory influence institutional and support system, which in turn affect the entrepreneurial intention among youth. And thus, institutional and social support acts as a mediator. And I have explained why, because institutional and social support acts as a mediator factor because it explains how external environmental influence entrepreneurship among youth. Cultural and family values influence shape the attitude and social norms. And thus, the key idea is to serve as a bridge between the environmental factors and entrepreneurial intentions, explaining how these factors translate into the intention to start a business. The analysis part I am carrying forward right now. So it is the analysis is in the process, and this is the model on which I am working currently. Thank you.
Is it audible now?
Yes.
So thank you for this interesting presentation. My one comment will be that without tasting, some empirical testing done, how can you say that institutional and social support will be a mediator, and why not antecedent?
Ma'am, this is a first-hand model which I have prepared.
Right.
I'll be carrying forward the analysis. I have collected
Right.
the responses of the respondents. So I have collected 401 responses till now.
Right.
And I'll be cleaning the sheet and I'll be running. And then
You should come out with the interpretation that it's a mediator.
Yeah.
How have you captured the cultural values? Because you kept on saying, the cultural values will be very important driver of the entrepreneurial attitude in itself, right? So how have you captured the cultural values?
Ma'am, so I've prepared my questionnaire in such a way that I've included.
Can you give an example of the question?
Ma'am, I have.
No, you yourself can just tell us.
For cultural values, I have used questions like have you been with any entrepreneur or with any person have you got acquaintance with in the past 3-4 years, or how is your family supporting you to become an entrepreneur, or how is the society and locality know that what an entrepreneur is and what is it doing, because if we see way back to 20 or 30 years back, entrepreneurship wasn't seen a very profitable business idea or something like that. So
that is not cultural values, cultural factors going to meet entrepreneur in a.
You might look into the Hofstede cultural dimension, which actually talks about, how cultural values are being taken into consideration. So India in itself is having a very risk-averse attitude towards, business venture, but at the same time, there is state-level heterogeneity. So please go through the Hofstede cultural dimension.
Thank you.
Sudiksha Srivastava. First, you try to learn how to present a paper. Because if you see Western countries or India, timing is more important. And you should not come here and do the things. And you have to complete the presentation before the given time. Whether it is 5 minutes, that's all. Another thing you have, without, ma'am has rightly pointed out, without analysis, without findings, it cannot be called as a paper, research paper. It is not a classroom, no. This is a seminar. In classroom, you can present and thereafter you can say, okay, I am going to field work, tata, bye-bye. Generally, the researchers, scientists, academicians will come to the seminars to present their findings. If you are not presented finding, how can we evaluate your work? This is the thing that you should keep it in mind. When it comes to the cultural values, Going to meet the entrepreneur is not a cultural, it is a common thing, social matters. The patriarchy, if a woman coming to start a business, the family play a vital role. They may say so many things, even not only family, the community, the neighbors, friends, relatives. Oh, she is going to start a business. Dekho kitna bada hai. So these are all the things, cultural values. How your study going to highlight those issues? That's what ma'am was asking. Social cultural values. How you are going to rate that? Even if you are not at sure about yourself, how can you study that? So just focus on it. I think it is a new presentation. These are the process of learning. So maybe a first or second paper for you. You learn all these things. Next time you go with a very standard kind of paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your research with us. We'll now move to second presentation, paper ID 2. Paper ID 1 by Ms. Gurupal Chandra, titled Dependent Origination and the Sustainable Development Goals, a Buddhist Ethical Framework.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gurupal Chadda, research scholar, Department of Philosophy, University of Mumbai. Today, I'm going to talk about dependent origination and the Sustainable Development Goals, a Buddhist ethical framework. 17 SDGs, as we are all aware, is a main commitment to prioritizing the most vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities, women, girls, youth, and refugees, and to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity by 2030. Patika Samupad Sutta is one of the fundamental and profound principles of Buddhist philosophy, Hetu Phala Dhamma. That is, the law of cause and effect is explained in detail. Hetu Phala Dhamma is dealt with briefly in the Arya Sakka, that is the Four Noble Truths. The most detailed exposition of the Hetu Phala Dhamma is given in the Patana Prakaranaya of the Abhidhamma Pitaka. Due to each cause, there will be an effect, and this indeed is the teaching in the Patika Samupad. There is an ethical guide to this. It encourages wise actions to break harmful cycles, promoting compassion and equity towards goals such as zero hunger and clean energy. The interconnectedness is that the goals link people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership for balanced global progress. There's a common thread between Patika Samupad and SDG. Patika Samupad denotes that all phenomena arise from interconnected causes such as ignorance and craving. SDG addresses human cause issue needing empathic intervention to heal nature and promote well-being and harmony. There is a holistic balance. Both emphasize relational harmony. Patika Samupad dismisses dualism and emphasizes individual accountability for the causes and consequences of their suffering, whereas the SDGs stress a collective responsible framework for people, planet, and prosperity. There is an ethical sustainability to it. Buddhist dependent origination guides non-exploitative action, aligning with SDGs equity and compassion for long-term global well-being. The 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are interconnected across social, economic, and environmental domains. In Patika Samupad, each condition leads to the next in a causal sequence. Applying this logic, we can develop chains of key enabling causes where addressing one root condition gradually unlocks the next, ultimately supporting multiple SDGs. Now, Patika Samupad helps us to propose the three chains of SDGs, and I have zeroed down on the three chains. That is the human capability chain, which is a root condition for which the root condition is education. Development path is skill, economy, social welfare, and environment. The second is the institutional change, that is, the root condition is governance, institution, infrastructure, economy, and equity as a development path. The third is the ecological change, that is, the root condition is planetary health, ecosystem, food, water, health, stability as a development path. Each chain illustrates how interdependent conditions produce development outcomes, mirroring dependent origination. Now, the human capability chain involves quality education, gender equality and social inclusion, decent work and economic opportunity, poverty reduction, improved health and well-being, responsible consumption and production, environmental protection, peaceful and inclusive society, global partnership for development, and the core insights that we get are education acts as the first condition from which many SDGs naturally arise. The second is the institutional change, that is strong institution, rule and law, transparent governance and accountability, effective public services, infrastructure development, sustainable cities and communities, water sanitation and energy access, economic productivity and industry growth, reduced inequality and social protection, poverty and hunger elimination, environmental sustainability, global cooperation and partnership. The insights that we get is the good governance functions like the root condition, enabling systematic progress across sectors. The third is the ecological foundation chain that contains climate action and ecosystem, sustainable natural resources management, food security and sustainable agriculture, clean water availability.
Presentation in 2 minutes.
Yes,
Could you
ma'am.
go to the methodology section? We would like to see the methodology and the analysis part. That will be more interesting to look into.
Okay, just a minute. The methodology, just a minute. Methodology that I have used is a qualitative one, and the methodology is a qualitative one and the theoretical one. And now coming back to the conclusion, although the SDGs aim for 2030, many issues persist: conflict, rainforest destruction, poverty, hunger, unemployment, and resource overexploitation threaten our planet and well-being. Recognizing interconnectedness helps us act responsibly towards nature and all life, guiding informed decision to protect the environment and improve life for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
So your good name Gurupal Chatta, you know?
Yes, yes.
Your topic is very interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Pollution of purity.
Yes, sir.
Environmental casteism in Delhi. Huh?
Hello, sir.
What is the topic? Okay. Sorry. Dependent origination and that sustainable developmental goal.
Yes, sir.
A Buddhist ethical framework.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have nicely shown this, what do you call, Pachimupada to sustainable developmental goals.
Thank you, sir.
We would be very happy if you connect
Yes.
different goals
Yes,
with Pachimupada. So at least one goal so that we can understand how it is linked to Buddhist philosophy.
Yes, sir. Now, the slide number 2, actually the basic issue is ignorance that leads to poverty. Now, the thing is that the goal, the Patika Samupad Sutta, is an instance where one fundamental and profound, it is the one fundamental and profound principles of Buddhist philosophy, and the main concern is ignorance, which ignorance leads to all the chains like poverty, and it hinders the education. Gender equality is affected. and everything. So SDG is also trying to help us out, trying to help the entire community to get rid of the poverty, the gender equality, and decent work and social inclusion, economic opportunities. So there are different SDGs, like SDG 4. It gives us quality education. And quality education comes once ignorance, like the Buddhism says, that ignorance has to be taken care of, and then everything starts following. So, yes, ma'am.
Please tell us one specific pathway that how this linkage can be established in reality.
Yes, in reality, if ignorance
for us to understand, because those who are abstract things, right?
Yes,
so how do you kind of make it more in terms of reality? How do you link this to
yes, the main thing is when ignorance is looked after, automatically everything falls in place. And Patika Samupad has got a 12 link. They are the dependent origination. And what is said is that Patika Samupad says that everything starts with ignorance. And when the ignorance and the SDG also says the same thing. If ignorance is wiped,
May I interrupt you?
no, yes, sir.
We could not, because Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, it means it includes everything, but we should not talk in general.
Yes.
What Madam was asking you.
Yes, sir.
Example,
Now,
medicine. I will tell you. Listen first. The medicine. If you take medicine, we have different kinds of medicine. Indian knowledge system. We have homeopathy. We have allopathy. We natural Ayurveda.
Yes, sir.
We have Siddha. We have many things apart from the tribal medicines.
Yes, sir.
And this knowledge, if you use, because we have seen the allopathy, the side effects, how it is affecting the organs of the body, different issues. So there are many issues are involved with the scientific knowledge or scientific things. So now we are going back or looking forward to see Indian knowledge systems, how it will help us to achieve the sustainable goals. Say for example, gender equality.
Yes.
Gender equality is already exist in the tribal societies where you can see sex ratio, they are more in number.
Yes.
So like you have to very
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now gender in its
back manner.
Yes, sir. I will. Gender equality and social inclusion. Now SDG 5 and SDG 10 are looking after it by education, empowerment, and marginalized groups, especially they are encouraging women. So the SDG 5 and SDG 10 are related to gender equality. And by gender equality, they are including the social inclusion is done because women specifically, they need empowerment. So it is helping women also. So SDG 5 and SDG 10, yes, sir.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
the insightful presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
We will now move to our next presentation, Paper ID 2, by Ms. Abha Singh Jagdish Narayan, titled Community Homestays as Catalyst for Cultural Preservation and Economic Growth. Ms. Abha Singh, are you there?
I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible.
Myself, Abha Singh, research scholar from MIT Institute of Travel and Tourism Management, doing the PhD under the supervision of Dr. Narendra Kumar. My title of the paper is Community Homestay as a Catalyst for Cultural Preservation and Economic Growth. Next slide. Context of the presentation. Context of the presentation, introduction, rationale of the study, background of the study, objective of the study, research methodology, case study and analysis, result discussion, and next slide, please. Introduction. Homestay tourism is a very new and trendy tourism concept which is still in its evolutionary stage in the world of tourism. The word homestay as a combined word and homestay replicates that staying or lodging in someone's home as a guest by paying some monetary value or book a room on rent basis for some specific tenure. The importance of community-based tourism has also been highlighted by the third world countries in their development agenda, and it is considered very important for the local people as it empowers them and supports them by increasing the rate of development. Next slide, please. Homestay activity is a type of rural tourism that promotes the local tourism, protecting the local culture, tradition, and environmental while empowering the locals by providing the income and employment opportunities significantly to the local economy. The community enterprise concept delivers a self-help reaction for the resolving unemployment and other economic issues. Homestay tourism plays a vital role in engaging the local communities by leveraging their cultural heritage, history, and natural resources to promote the sustainable development. A rationale of the study, why we should study the homestay tourism. It promotes the rural development, encourages the local participation, preserves the tradition and culture, generates the income and employment, and reduces the rural-urban migration. Objective of the study is to analyze the socio-economic opportunity generated by the community homestays, to examine the impact of the homestays on the cultural preservation and local traditions, to assess the role of homestays in reducing the rural poverty and migration, to evaluate the tourist satisfaction in community homestay experiences, and to identify the challenges faced by the host communities in managing the homestays. Next slide, please. Background of the study is Mathura. Study area is Mathura, which is the birthplace of the Lord Krishna, and it is also a very important pilgrimage destination of the Lord Krishna. And the main festivals celebrated over here are Janmashtami and the Holi, which we all are aware. Next slide. And another study area is Vrindavan, which is 15 kilometers from Mathura, where it is also known as the land of Krishna's childhood Leelas. And year round there is a spiritual tourism over this place, various devotional music, Ras Leela, temple culture, spiritual retreats, and many foreign devotees increases in the homestay demands. And due to this, the homestays demand is also increases. Research methodology is the qualitative case study design, secondary data analysis, government reports, given to Odinburgh publication, academic journals, homestay listings, and case study areas of Mathura and Vrindavan. Data analysis case study I have taken of Mathura and two reasons Mathura and Vrindavan. Mathura holds the immense significance of Hindus as it is the birthplace of Lord Krishna, we all are aware, which is also a incarnation of Lord Krishna. And it is also, the city is considered the capital of Braj Bhumi and is intrinsically linked to the Lord Krishna's legend. And millions of revere the Lord Krishna as of his playful antics and keeping his stories alive through the generation and generation by storytelling of this region. Next slide, please. Economic impact of the Mathura. Economic impact due to homestays in Mathura is how the homestays will benefit due to this economically. The household income will increase due to tourists and the additional income helps in the children's education, healthcare spending, improvement in housing, and diversification of income sources beyond the agriculture and small retail businesses. It generates the employment. Women are involved in the food service of the Braj cuisine, and youth are involved in the guest handling and online booking, local guiding, and local vendors supply milk products, sweets, and other the sweet items. Flowers and devotional objects are main eye-catching items of the selling. Next slide. Local entrepreneurship. Homestay fueled by the pilgrimage season promotes the micro enterprises like religious souvenir shops, handicraft and puja item manufacturing, and traditional sweet making units. Next slide. Cultural preservation in Mathura are the protection of due to this whole scenario. There is the ritual practices is protected. The promotion of local cuisine and lifestyle, cultural narratives and old traditions are preserved. Revival of festive traditions. Now, community enrichment in Mathura, homestays in Mathura promote economic empowerment of women, skill development of youth in language and hospitality management, community participation during peak tourist season, and improvement in sanitation and cleanliness of the neighborhood. Next slide.
Sorry to interrupt you, but your allotted time is over. Please conclude your PPT in next 2 minutes.
Okay, okay. Our next case study is Vrindavan, which is 15 kilometers from Mathura and is also land of Lord Krishna. Next slide, please. And the economic impact of Vrindavan is since it is there are many incidents involved with the Lord Krishna's childhood. There are very extended spiritual retreats, yoga and meditation practitioners, and ISKCON linked pilgrimage people gather there. Next slide. It increases the employment of opportunities, local guiding services, cultural performance, transportation, food chains, and promotion of traditional craft, religious with making, handicraft, devotional clothing, production, etc. Next slide, please. Cultural preservation is the protection of devotional music and arts, promotion of Raslila and Charkula dance, temple-centric cultural identity, intercultural understanding. Since there are a lot of foreigners arrive in that place due to Lord Krishna's birthplace. Next. Community enrollment in Vrindavan, engagement of women in micro enterprises, training in foreign language, employment of youth in digital platform, enhance local identity and pride. Next. The future perspective of this result of discussion, the future perspective is for sustainable growth. The following are the imperative: heritage friendly urban planning, stringent environment laws around state sites, community based tourism cooperatives, and capacity building workshop for homestay owners, and fostering the responsible spiritual tourism. This research study will help to understand the phenomena of homestay in the region of Mathura and Vrindavan, its importance and benefits of economic empowerment of women, cultural preservation, and community development. Encouraging the results of study would motivate where women to open their home for guests and enjoy the cultural exchange. The study would also act as a promotional tool for fostering responsible spiritual tourism and valorize the socio-economic opportunities generated by the community of homestays. This will help us to tourists wish to experience authentic culture, cuisine, and rural lifestyle. The suggestion and recommendation from the study would help in enhancing the tourist experience by evaluating the level of visit and satisfaction. Thank you.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Abba Singh,
Yes, sir.
you are from Mathura,
Yes, sir, I am not from Mathura.
but your paper, to present paper, you came by Duranto. Okay. इतना फास्ट पढ़ लिया है हम लोग को समझ it is a data speed presentation. We'll congratulate you, but
Thank you, sir.
keep it in mind. At least things what we are going to say, no, it should have some meaning.
Thank you, sir.
So, regarding your presentation, I would like to make 2 comments. So, community homestay, no?
Yes, sir. Homestays, it is basically for community homestays.
You have placed so many findings, but you have not mentioned your methodology. What is the sample size? How can we gain from your research or society or community? How it is useful? Unless because if you not mention these kind of scientific methodology, it is just like a chat GPT points. Everybody knows.
Yeah, sir, I have used the case studies of both the regions.
How much sample, what is the test that you have conducted? You have to mention all those things.
Okay, sir.
If not, I could not find any such kind of things. Okay.
Okay.
And you said the culture, how the community homestay are preserving cultures. You didn't say anything about that. How, because there Vrindavan or Mathura, they are going to promote the great tradition, the Lord Krishna का जो लीला से है, how community culture is being protected. Rather, we can say because we have seen many tourism spots. Rather, it degrades the cultures, commodification of the cultures. If it is going to preserve the culture, how the tourism, yeah, homestay, conserving the culture, you should elaborately come with the facts. It is not just to make a sweeping statements.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To add what Sir said, I would like to mention that you conceptualize homestay as a cultural preservation thing. conceptualization of the homestay in itself is missing in your entire discussion. And at the same time, you can compare it with how commercial hotels are, what sir was mentioning, that commercializing even the the cultural aspect of it versus how homestays are preserving that cultural aspect. That will be an interesting way to do a comparative analysis, I think, because homestay is a very different concept in altogether versus the commercial hotels. So you might do a comparison.
Actually, homestay provides a home-like cultural perspective
Yes,
comparison to hotel.
yeah, I understand, but you should have put out how, then only the aspect will come out that how homestay are able to preserve the culture and not the commercial hotels. So otherwise it's not clear that how homestay are preserving the culture of Mathura Vrindavan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
We'll now move to the next presentation, paper ID 3 by Mr. Rudra Joshi, titled Influence of Influence of gender norms on youth mental health in India, a secondary data study using NSHS, NSSO,
Can you please
CRB,
mute audio?
and WHO reports.
Cross talking is taking place. Please mute. Maybe another presentation is going on.
We'll move to the next presentation, paper ID 14 by Anjali Verma and Mansha Nagpal, titled Decoupling Economic Growth from Carbon Emissions, an Empirical Analysis of India's Progress Towards Net Zero 2070. Paper ID 14. Start.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good.
Good afternoon, respected faculty members and participants. We are presenting our research titled Decoupling Economic Growth from Carbon Emission, an Empirical Analysis of India Progress Towards Net Zero 2070. I am Mansha Nagpal and my co-author is Anjali Verma. Climate change and rising carbon emission have become major global concerns. Historically, economic growth has been closely linked with higher energy consumption and rising CO2 emission, especially in developing countries where fossil fuel dominates the energy mix. The environmental Kuznets curve hypothesis suggests that environmental degradation initially increases with economic growth but eventually declines once economies reach higher income level due to technological progress and stronger environmental policy. India presents a critical case because it is one of the fastest growing economies while also being among the largest emitters of greenhouse gases. Therefore, understanding the relationship between economic growth and emission is essential for evaluating India's pathway towards its net zero target of 2070. Coming on to the objective, this study is guided by three key objectives. First, to examine the drivers of emission growth in India during the last decade using LMDI decomposition analysis. Second, to test the validity of the environmental Kuznets curve hypothesis for India. And the third, to measure the extent of decoupling between economic growth and CO2 emission. Together, these objectives helps us understand whether India's economic expansion is becoming more environmentally sustainable or not. Coming on to the literature review, the literature highlights several important contributions. And 2005 demonstrated the usefulness of LMDI decomposition method in identifying key drivers of carbon emission. Grossman and Kruger introduced the environmental Kuznets curve, proposing that environmental degradation follows an inverted U pattern with economic growth. Stern 2004 later found mixed empirical evidence regarding the EKC across different countries. Tebbutt developed the decoupling elasticity framework, which measures how environmental pressures changes relative to economic growth. These studies provide the theoretical and methodological foundation for our analysis. Coming on to the methodology of our section. Our study adopts a quantitative and analytical research design. It uses secondary time series data from 2012 to 2022, collected from sources such as the Energy Statistics of India, and Development in Data, and National Account Statistics from the Ministry of Statistics. To analyze the relationship between economic growth and emission, we adopted four major analytical frameworks. Kaya identity to conceptualize emission drivers, LMDI decomposition analysis to identify the contribution of different factors of emission growth, EKC modeling using ARDL estimating to test long run and short run relationships, and TPO decoupling elasticity analysis to evaluate whether economic growth is becoming less carbon intensive or not. Now I will hand it to Anjali, who will present the result and key findings of the study.
Thank you, Mansha. The first set of results come from the LMDI decomposition analysis, which identifies the main drivers of changes in carbon emission. Our result shows economic growth was the dominant driver, contributing approximately 1,073 million tons of additional carbon dioxide emission between 2012 and 2022. However, improvements in energy efficiency significantly offset the growth, reducing emission by nearly 399 million tons. The fuel mix effect slightly increased emission, reflecting India's continued dependence on coal-based electricity. Meanwhile, structural changes in the economy and the improvements in emission factors contributed small reductions in emission. Now, while testing the environmental Kuznets curve hypothesis, we firstly conducted the EDF unit root test. The result shows that the CO2 emission, GDP and GDP squared become stationary after first differencing, indicating they are integrated of order 1. We then performed the ARDL bound test for co-integration. The calculated F statistics came out to be 23.29, exceeding the upper critical bound value, which confirms the existence of long-run relationship between carbon emission, economic growth, renewable energy, and urbanization in India. The error correction model further confirms the long-run equilibrium relationship. The error correction term is negative and significant, indicating the deviation from equilibrium are corrected over time. The coefficient value of minus 0.465 suggests that about 46.5% of short-run equilibrium is corrected each year, meaning the system gradually returns to its long-run equilibrium path. Coming on to the final results of ARDL estimation, the economic growth shows a positive and significant impact on carbon emission, indicating that expansion of economic activity initially increases environmental pressure. However, the negative and the significant coefficient of GDP squared confirms an inverted U-shaped environmental Kuznets curve. This suggests that after a certain income level, economic growth may lead to improved environmental outcomes through cleaner technologies and stronger policies. Additionally, renewable energy consumption significantly reduces the emissions, highlighting its importance in India's low carbon economy. To further understand the relationship between economic growth and emission, we apply TAPIO's decoupling elasticity analysis. The result shows mixed patterns. Several years such as 2013, 2015 and 2018 shows weak decoupling effect, meaning GDP grew faster than that of the emission. The year 2019 shows stronger decoupling where emission declined despite economic growth. However, some years shows expansion or negative decoupling, indicating that emissions sometimes still grow alongside or faster than that of the economic activity. Overall, the findings suggest that India is making gradual progress towards decoupling, but consistent strong decoupling is not yet been achieved. To conclude, this study examined the relationship between the economic growth and carbon emission in India using LMTI decomposition, EKC modeling, and decoupling elasticity analysis. The result shows that economic growth remained the primary driver of emission, although improvements in energy efficiency are helping to offset a part of this increase. Thank you.
Work done. Really appreciate and congratulate for this effort. My one clarificatory question, like how did you capture structural effect, and did you consider GDP or GDP per capita?
We consider GDP, and while calculating,
so you might need to then also run a set of regression with GDP per capita. Okay, so and also how have you captured structural effect? But it's an excellent work.
Structural effect has been captured through the contribution of the each structure, which is primary, secondary, and tertiary, according to the GDP that they have calculated. Sectoral. Yes, sectoral. Yeah.
Thank you, Anjali and Mansha. I am not going to the details or findings of the study, which Madam knows very well. Since I am from anthropology background, I focus on only qualitative aspects, not to quantitative things. Because in anthropology, we firmly believe Malinowski's statement, a good economics may not be a good anthropology. That we will find later. You said increasing urbanization may be giving a temporary stress, but in future it will be okay. How? My question is how it will stabilize in future? That is a $1 million question. When urbanizations increase, obviously carbon emissions increases. How you are going to stabilize with the technology? You know, nowadays the technology was being how misused by the wars, and it is a total devastation, weapons of mass destruction, and everything got polluted. Oceans are polluted, continents are polluted. How this model will going to help them? How the over urbanization going to stabilize the carbon emissions? I don't know. I may not play with the numbers, but it is a question from the humanity. Can you comment?
As urbanization would increase automatically adopting cleaner energy. But since we can see the top technological goals are involving in war and creating more pollution, creating a negative effect automatically. But
I'll tell you. In the name of urbanization, We are removing the trees, forests, and everything. Whole concretization is taking place. Concrete jungles, no?
Yeah.
Urbanized places are concrete jungles. So in that concrete jungle, how you will use a technology to maintain the climate change?
The greener technologies that which are available and
I'll tell you, greener technology matlab je we have ACs. Everybody is having AC that release hot heat air only. आप जितना भी ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करो, that is giving a rather side effects. Okay, think it over, huh?
yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you for your insights. We'll now move to the next presentation, Paper ID 5, by Ms. Arandita Kalita, titled The Pollution of Purity, Environmental Classism in Delhi NCR.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning. My name is Arindita Kalita, and I'm a final year sociology student at Amity University, Noida. Today I'm presenting my dissertation titled The Pollution of Purity, Environmental Casteism in Delhi NCR. While the smart city mission is often discussed through the lens of technology and efficiency, my research deconstructs this urban model through the sociological lens of ritual hierarchy and urban justice. I will be exploring how our modern waste management systems, despite their high tech appearance, continue to rely on and reinforce ancient caste based structures of exploitation. My goal is to show that the physical garbage we see in our city is inseparable from the social hierarchies we often choose to ignore. To begin, I want to pose a fundamental question that guided my entire research. Why does the cleanest part of the city depend on the most polluted labor? In sociology, we often look for the invisible structures that govern our visible world. This brings us to the concept of environmental casteism. It isn't just about trash, it is the systemic intersection where environmental degradation meets caste hierarchy. I have grounded this study in Mary Douglas's pollution of purity model. Douglas argues that societies used a concept of dirt or matter out of place to define social boundaries, essentially deciding who belongs in the pure center of the city and who is pushed to the polluted margins. This slide establishes that what we called waste management is actually a ritual process of maintaining social distance. Moving from the theoretical to the practical, slide 3 outlines the core problem of my research. We often treat waste management as a purely technical or engineering challenge, a matter of logistics and chemistry.
Slides are not
However,
changing. Sorry to interrupt, but your slides are not changing. Could you please change the slides?
okay, sorry. Is it changing now?
It is fine. Please go ahead.
Okay. Moving from the theoretical to the practical, slide 3 outlines the core problem my research addresses. We often treat waste management as a purely technical or engineering challenge, a matter of logistics and chemistry. However, my study argues that it is fundamentally a social issue that targets specific bodies. My objectives are threefold. First, to analyze the unbreakable link between ritual status and waste labor in the Indian context. Second, to evaluate the invisibilization of these workers, how smart technologies like GPS and biometrics often hide the human effort behind a service. And finally, to map the special injustice of the Okhla and Gazipur sites. Trash is never just trash. It is a marker of who we consider essential, yet choose to keep out of sight. A dissertation requires a robust theoretical foundation, and for this study, I have synthesized three critical frameworks. First, I looked at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who famously argued that caste is not just a division of labor, but a division of laborers. This distinction is vital for my research because it explains why waste work in Delhi isn't just a job anyone takes, but a hereditary trap for specific communities. Second, I apply Ashil Mbembe's concept of necropolitics. This is the state's power to decide whose life is valuable and whose is disposable. By placing massive landfills like Gazipur in marginalized areas, the state effectively creates toxic zones where the health of the residents is sacrificed for the cleanliness of the rest of the city. Finally, I use Michel Foucault's biopolitics. This helps us see how the smart city manages the biological life and well being of the elite core while systematically ignoring the health and safety of the Safai Karamchari.
Sorry to interrupt, but your time is up. Please conclude your presentation in next 2 minutes.
Okay. Together, these theories show that environmental casteism is a form of structural violence maintained by the state. Since there is limited time, so I'm directly moving on to the strategic interventions and then the conclusion.
Please conclude because time is extremely.
Okay. To conclude, my research demonstrates that environmental casteism is not a relic of the past. Instead, it is being actively digitized and specialized within the modern smart city framework. My findings show that as long as we treat waste management as a purely technical problem, we will continue to ignore the human cost and the ritual hierarchies that sustain it. True urban sustainability, the kind we are discussing at this conference, cannot be achieved through technology alone. It requires the dismantling of the pollution of purity mindset that governs our urban planning. Looking toward the future, I advocate for an anti caste urbanism. This means designing policies for the national capital region that prioritize social equity as much as ecological health. I will leave you with the final statement of my dissertation. The measure of a city's progress is not how high its skyscrapers are, but how much dignity it affords the hands that keep it clean. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to present at the MIT School of Economics.
Arindita, Kalita,
Yes, sir.
your topic is pollution of purity, environmental casteism in Delhi NCR.
Yes.
But you have never talked about the pollution of purity in this presentation. Because I think it may be paucity of the time, you may not focus much on that. But the sociological aspects are very interesting. You should throw some light on the ritual status and waste labor, how these things are relating to the waste management. You said no, it is not just technical or engineerical this thing. It is social. How it is a social? Can you explain?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, the question is how ritual hierarchy and waste labor is linked, right? And how it's social.
Whatever the hierarchies that exist doesn't matter. Okay.
So, when we talk about ritual hierarchy and labor, we are talking about a system that doesn't just decide what work is done, but who is allowed to do it. In most economies, labor is just a job, but in our social context, labor is linked to the body. Like certain types of works, especially handling waste, are viewed as ritually impure. This means the person doing the work is seen as permanently polluted because of the material they touch. So, this is deeply social because it isn't just about the trash itself, but it's about the distance we create between the people.
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your insight. We'll now move to the next presentation, paper ID 7 by Mr. Gunter Daniel, titled District Level Decentralization as a Strategic Instrument for Achieving the Vision of Viksit Bharat 2047.
Is my screen visible or am I audible?
Yes, sir.
May I start?
So, can you please full screen?
You can keep the introduction very short, and we would like to look into the methodology and analysis part which has been conducted by you. Okay, so
Okay, ma'am.
yeah, please move ahead.
Okay. So, good afternoon, respected chairs, participants, and fellow researchers. Today, I would be presenting my research, which is titled District Level Decentralization as a Strategic Instrument for Achieving the Vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. So, quickly moving on to the background of the study. So, we all know decentralization has been considered a central pillar of democratic governance. And India, we have seen this process taking place since the second ARC Commission report, which came into picture, and we saw the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment, which brought in the local governance picture into the picture. But districts, on the other hand, remain administratively important, but they have been always put under strategically underpowered position. So my research basically focuses on that part. So the problem statement is that India's governance system is highly layered with responsibilities distributed across central, state, and local institutions. Reforms were designed to empower local governance, but district remains structurally constrained. Basically focuses on institutional aspect, financial autonomy, and as well as various other significant responsibilities which stop districts to develop on their own stage. And like, for example, implementing various national and state programs, it sometimes becomes difficult because district gets caught in both state and central political dynamics. So when second Administrative Reforms Commission came in, they highlighted a structural challenge, observing that districts carry significant responsibilities but lack corresponding authority. So my objective was first to examine the uh, current structure of decentralization and governance at the district level. Secondly, to identify institutional challenges affecting district administration, particularly those related to financial autonomy, administrative authority, and interagency coordination. And thirdly, to assess whether districts can realistically function as economic and governance growth engines, which would lead to the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047. The core research questions were: how effective is district level decentralization in improving governance outcomes? Does district possess adequate authority and resources to manage developmental programs? And whether institutional factors influence variations in district performance. So, coming to the framework, the study is grounded in decentralization theory, particularly if we see the works of scholars such as Wallace Oates and Pranab Bardhan, who argue specifically that governance outcomes improve when decision making authority is closer to citizens. The local governance, when we come to them, often possess better knowledge of regional needs, socio-economic conditions, and when decision making authority is approximately decentralized, governance systems can become more responsive, efficient, and accountable. And however, decentralization is effective only when authority is accompanied by physical capacity, institutional coordination mechanism, and administrative capability. So, a simple explanation is that when it comes to the role of districts in governance, they are the primary administrative interface between citizens and the state. They coordinate multiple sectors, including health, education, welfare, and infrastructure. Despite these responsibilities, districts often lack the strategic planning authority. The methodology is focused on a mixed method approach, combining both qualitative and quantitative analysis. When come to the primary data collection, I laid out a structured questionnaire among 50 respondents who were basically government officials, academicians, legal professionals, civil society sectors, actors, and policy stakeholders. The secondary data was taken from policy documents, ARC reports, and academic literatures as well. So the theme were: first, perception regarding the current state of decentralization and governance functioning at the district level. Secondly, district autonomy in terms of financial system, administrative authority, and development potential, as I mentioned before. Study area was South Delhi and North Delhi, where South Delhi represents areas with higher institutional density and infrastructure. North Delhi reflects dense urban areas with complex governance challenges. These areas were specifically chosen by me because South Delhi has a strong administrative role. North Delhi do have, but challenges exists in which tussle erupt between the government, the central government, the state government, as well as the district level administration. So when laid out the questionnaire and also while studying the secondary data, there were three perceptions. Firstly, and findings. So perception number one is that most respondents answered through a questionnaire saying that rather than a genuine devolution of power,
You.
sorry,
Your 5
sorry, sorry.
minutes are up. Please conclude in the next 2 minutes.
Sure. Thank you. Like only small proportion believe that districts possess meaningful decision-making authority. Like by a small proportion, I mean 62% of respondents indicated that decentralization functions mainly as an administrative delegation. Small proportion only believe that they possess meaningful decision-making authority. And there is a huge gap among the understanding between the decentralization theory and administrative practice. The second finding is that coordination challenges, like between the district administration and other government agency, multiple institutions often operate within the same jurisdiction, leading to overlapping of responsibilities and fragmented governance structures. And thirdly, financial autonomy, when we talk about it, emerged as a major constraint. Only 8% of respondents believe districts possesses meaningful financial decision-making power, while a majority reported that districts operate with limited physical discretion. So, though my paper focuses on a theoretical aspect of research, my hypothesis would be uh, two hypotheses I want to keep it over the table. That is, firstly, authority capacity hypothesis, which proposes that decentralization improves governance outcomes only when districts possess both formal authority and operational capacity, including financial resources, administrative expertise, and data systems. And second hypothesis would be variation hypothesis, conditional variation hypothesis, which suggests that performance varies due to contextual factors such as institutional density, leadership stability, and infrastructure availability.
Your
So,
time is up.
survey, sorry,
Sorry to interrupt, but your time is up.
okay, concluding it. In conclusion, I want to say is that the district level decentralization in this present world represents a critical but
Thank you for the
underutilized
presentation.
governance reform in India.
Thank you for
Very
the
much. Thank you.
presentation. Yeah, this was a good work. I think the conceptualization was very nice. But
Thank
at
you,
the
ma'am.
same time, how do you link this decentralization perception with the sustainability aspect, which is the topic or theme of this track?
Okay. Ma'am, when we talk about sustainability and joining districts in both ways with the theme of sustainability, I would like to say is that when place or a living area develops with coordinated, administrative planning, which brings in development for the people residing in a particular area, well-governed area, it would bring out it would make easy for the governments and institutions to bring in sustainability idea among the citizens, which would lead to
Your conclusion could be that you develop a sustainable strategic planning framework in itself, which you found it to be as a gap or a challenge, right? So you better develop a sustainable strategic planning framework for the districts. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Which goal, sustainable development goals,
Yes, sir.
can correlate? Because we have 17 SDGs are there.
Right.
So your particular work relating to which kind of goal that may supplement? Can you able to say?
Yes, sir. Basically, we can. My work would relate to the health facilities given to the citizens, infrastructural want, the basic necessity provided to the people. So both of this can be a core area which my study can focus.
No, you can check later.
Okay.
SDG number 16.
Yes, sir.
Peace, justice, and
Peace, justice,
and strong institutions.
Yes, sir.
So, if the local governance is strong, decentralized, this goal can be achieved. So, you have to correlate. You have to correlate your work to the sustainable developmental goals. Otherwise, what is the point of reading everything?
Right, sir.
The main issue.
Right.
We have to use our Indian knowledge systems to accelerate the internationally given SDGs.
Okay, sir.
So everybody should keep it in mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your insightful presentation. We now move to the next presentation, paper ID 8 by Aditya, titled Quandary of Rural-Urban Migration, National Loss of Human Capital in Rural Areas.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm presenting my screen. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Aditya, please keep, it's a request that if you please keep it short, and we would like to see the methodology and the analysis and the framework and the findings primarily, okay? So you can keep the background very short, I mean background, motivation, etc. Very precise, and then move to the methodology section quickly, okay? Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Aditya, and I'm currently a student of the Sociology Department of the Amity Institute of the Social Science. So my research paper is titled as the Quandary of Rural-Urban Migration, the National Loss of Human Capital in Rural Areas. So Across India, rural population are increasingly relocating from the urban areas centers, and the movement is driven by the multiple structural challenges present with the rural region. Agriculture, which remains the primary livelihood for the many rural households, has become increasingly unstable. Issues with the declining farm profitability, land segmentation, water scarcity, and the climate variability have made traditional farming less sustainable. At the same time, rural areas have faced lack of the essential infrastructure, including the quality healthcare facilities, including higher education institution and reliable digital connectivity. Because of these factors, the youngest, most educated, and the most capable members of the rural society migrate to cities in search of better opportunities. While migration may provide the economic mobility for individuals, it can also create a demographic imbalance in the rural communities, leaving behind the aging population and the weakening of local developmental capacities. So, for the research methodology part, to understand this complex issue, the research adopts a mixed methodology combining the both quantitative and qualitative approaches. And the quantitative approaches analyzes and examines the national data from the institutions such as the World Bank, the National Statistical Offices, the Census of India, and also the SBI data, which help us to find out the urban migration rate and the rural poverty rate. And alongside this, the qualitative analysis focuses on the human dimension of the migration. It explores how migration affects the rural social system, particularly the transmission of the indigenous agricultural knowledge. Traditional practices such as the seed selection, soil management, and the pest control have historically been passed from the one generation to the next. When younger generation migrate to cities, the chain of the knowledge transmits it disrupted, creating the long-term challenges for the rural sustainability. So now we will examine the statistical indicators. Rural development appears to be progressing rapidly. For example, the rural poverty in India has declined significantly from 25.7% in 2011 to 2012 to around 4.86% in 2023 to 24. And this is the SBI record. At the same time, rural literacy rates have increased substantially. At the first glance, these numbers suggest that the rural transmission is highly successful. However, when we look beneath this statistic, a more complex reality emerges. A significant portion of this poverty reduction is linked to the remittance sent by the migrant working in urban classes. While the remittance improved household income, they also reveal that the economic improvement is often occurring outside the rural economics rather than within them. This creates a paradox where the statistical progress may coexist with the structural vulnerability in the rural community. Now, just take an example of a person, Ramesh, who is residing in the rural areas of the Uttar Pradesh, who has just cleared his UPSC exam and now he is going to become an IS. तो वो जो रमेश अपनी इकोनॉमिकल एक्टिविटीज एक ह्यूमन कैपिटल बन के जो अपने इस पर्टिकुलर रूरल एरिया के अंदर कर सकता था और जो उसने सारी की सारी ह्यूमन कैपिटल एक नॉलेजेबल पर्सन वो बना उसने सारी की सारी जो चीजें वहां पे सीखी वो रूरल एरियाज में कर सकता था बट उसको स्ट्रक्चरल डेवलपमेंट के लैक की वजह से उसको अर्बन एरियाज के अंदर वो चीज करनी पड़ेगी जिसकी वजह से जो सारा का अर्बन एरियाज है उसके डेवलपमेंटल के अंदर एक पैराडॉक्स बनता है जिसकी वजह से जो रूरल डेवलपमेंट है वो ऐसे गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे तो स्ट्रक्चरली इंक्रीज होती है बट ह्यूमन कैपिटल लेवल पे डिक्रीज होती है बिकॉज जो ह्यूमन कैपिटल है वो माइग्रेट कर जा रहे हैं फ्रॉम वन रीजन टू अनदर. And now the theoretical part of this. Several theoretical perspectives help us explain the migration pattern. For example, the Arthur Lewis proposed a dual sector model which suggests that the economical development occurs when the surplus labor moves from the traditional agriculture sector to the modern industrial sector. Similar to that, Harris Dorado model explains the migration through the expected income differences. According to this, individuals migrate not simply because of the urban wages are higher, but because they are expect better economic prospect in the long term. More contemporary perspective, such as the Marganj migration system model and the new economic of labor migration, suggests that the migration decisions are often made collectively by the household rather than the individual. And another example of that is that families send one member to the city as a strategy to diversify the income sources and reduce the risk associated with the agricultural uncertainty. Now the statistical data. The statistical data further highlights the relationship between the education poverty reduction and the migration. Over the past decade, rural literacy rates have increased significantly while the rural poverty rates has declined sharply. However, this improvement is partly linked to the migration pattern as the rural youth become more educated, they are more capable of accessing the employment opportunities in the urban areas.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Please conclude within a minute.
Okay, ma'am. So I'll move forward to the recommendations. Addressing this challenge requires a policy intervention that strengthens the rural economics rather than the simply managing the migration. First, industrial growth must be decentralized so that the economic opportunities expand beyond the major metropolitan cities into the smaller town and the rural region. Second, government should invest in rural non-farm employment, including the vocational training, rural entrepreneurship programs, and support the micro and the small enterprises so that the rural development and the rural local development should reside inside the rural areas rather than the urban areas. Third, agricultural modernization must be inclusive and the sustainable. This includes the developing technologies suited for the women farmers and aging rural population, while also preserving the indigenous agricultural knowledge through the communities, seed banks, and the digital documentation initiatives. And in the summary, the rural urban migration represent both opportunity and challenges. While the migration can reduce the poverty and provide the economical mobility for individuals, it can also weaken the more rural communities by removing the most reproductive and the educated members. For sustainable national development, policies must ensure that the rural region remain vibrant, center of productivity, innovation, and social resilience. Ultimately, migration should become an opportunity driven choice rather than the necessity driven by structural inequality. Thank you.
Okay, Aditya. Can you hear me, Aditya?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your topic is quandary of rural urban migration, no?
Yes, sir.
But your subtitle, you see the national loss of human capital. How it is a national loss of human capital in rural areas, since the migration with the migrations, the cities, urban taking place. If they are not contributing for the urban development, how GDP will increase, how national gross product will increase. So your topic itself is a contradictory. Can you elaborate? Can you justify this?
Yes, sir. So the thing is, in rural areas, most of the people migrate to urban areas. So that is good for the urban area development and the processes over there. But most of the India, even like in 2011 census, most of 70% of the India is still involved in the agricultural part. So for agricultural part and the women problem and the sustainable problem, we have to develop the rural areas and we have to make the migration process choice.
I understood. Migrations are taking place and they are facing the scarcity of labor in rural.
Move from rural area to urban areas in search of structural benefits and the.
That doesn't mean that the migration should be stopped and people will be bounded in the rural areas so that the rural areas will develop. If you keep that proposition, what happens to urban cities?
So that's what I'm saying. Migration is not wrong, but migration should be a choice rather than the compulsion. So they move in search of the infrastructural development and infrastructural opportunities rather than the rather than the choice that they have to move on from the rural to urban.
See, land is such a valuable thing. Nobody wants to sell the land. If everybody is, who will do the agriculture? Because there are people, even the cities people, they are sending money to and investing on the land. So we cannot say that it is just contradictory. The national loss for the rural areas, matlab human capital. Another thing you said, your study has created, matlab jo hai, it has created a new forms of inequality. What are the new forms of inequality? Can you elaborate?
So just for example, एक रूरल एरियाज के अंदर गवर्नमेंट जो है वो इन्वेस्ट करती है, लेकिन वो इन्वेस्ट जो है रूरल एरियाज से जो लोग होते हैं वो अपना एग्रीकल्चरल पार्ट छोड़ देते हैं. इसकी वजह से वो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन और जो मॉडर्नाइजेशन जैसे प्रोसेस की वजह से और गवर्नमेंट स्कीम की वजह से दे वर्क फॉर द गवर्नमेंट बट उनका एग्रीकल्चरल पार्ट जो है वो पीछे छूट जाता है, जिसकी वजह से उनके अंदर जो लेबर प्रॉब्लम होता है उसकी वजह से उनमें भी इनइक्वालिटीज आती है. प्लस they reside in the rural areas but the poverty problem and the जो उनका डेवलपमेंटल हो रहा है वो नहीं हो पा रहा है.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your insights. We'll now move to the next presentation. Paper ID 9 by Ramsha Salim, titled Youth Perception of Gender, a sociological study of beliefs, attitudes, and changing gender roles.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Ramsha Salim and I am a sociology student of Amity Institute of Social Sciences. My name is Ramsha Salim. My topic is Youth Perception of Gender, a sociological study of beliefs, attitudes, and changing gender roles. This study explores youth perception of gender roles and changing attitudes towards gender equality. Research examines beliefs related to leadership, domestic responsibilities, emotional expressions, and economic roles of men and women. A structured questionnaire was distributed among the participants, and around 13 to 14 questions were there. Responses were collected from 16 participants. The findings indicate that most of the youth support gender equality in believed in shared responsibilities between men and women, whether in private or public spheres. However, responses also reveal that some traditional stereotypes still exist, particularly regarding caregiving roles and male homemakers. The study highlights youth towards attitudes toward genders are gradually becoming more progressive, but there is a change, but it is gradual. When we talk about gender, it is not just about the biological differences, it is socially constructed and it is much more than biology. For example, in sociology tells us that gender is, it includes expectations, behaviors. From childhood, we learn different kind of behaviors, how to dress up, the different roles we are assigned to, and like boys are encouraged to be strong and independent, while girls are encouraged to be caring or polite, or they both are dressed in a certain particular manner. However, in today's society, these roles are slowly changing, and women are becoming leaders, men are expressing emotions more openly. We live in a time where conversations about gender equality are everywhere, whether in classrooms, social medias, or whether in our families. We see debates about who should cook, who should earn, and whether should men express themselves openly. For example, if a woman became the main earner in a family, some people still question it. If a man chooses to stay at home and take care of children, society often reacts with surprise. This study tries to understand whether youth truly support change or whether traditional beliefs still exist in subtle ways. The main objective was to understand how young people see and perceive gender roles today. It examines whether youth support equality in leadership, domestic responsibilities, and emotional expressions. Now, there are three perspectives. Functionalist perspective, it states that there is society divides individuals in certain roles to maintain stability. For example, men are seen as breadwinners and women are caregivers to maintain stability. Feminist theory challenges this idea and argues that such divisions create inequality and reinforce patriarchy. Social constructionism suggests that gender roles are not just natural, but they are learned through socialization, through participation, and for example, teaching boys to play with cars or girls to play with dolls or kitchen sets, or the color blue or green, they are depicted. The methodology was that it was collected through Google form questionnaire, and around 14, 13 questions were there whether domestic responsibility should be shared equally, and the other question was whether men should be emotionally expressive or not. Open-ended question was also given to them. Now, in the pie chart, we see that the statement is men should be the primary breadwinners of the family. Around 37.5% of the participants disagree to the statement, while 18% of them agree to it. Women are naturally better at caregiving and household work. Around 37.5% of the participants agree with the statement, while 18% of them are neutral. In the next slide, we see that domestic responsibility should be equally shared between men and women. And 50% of the participants strongly agree to it. And well, the other statement is women can be equally effective leaders as men. In this statement, around 62% of the participants strongly agree to it. Now, what are the findings? The majority of the respondents strongly support gender equality. a majority believe that women can be equally effective leaders as men. Well, if we see, and many also agree that in household responsibility should be shared between men and women equally. Several participants also mentioned that in their homes, both parents are contributing financially and sharing domestic works. They are helping their wives and sisters. This indicates a visible shift from traditional norms. Now, not all the responses were progressive. Some participants still believe that women are naturally better at caregiving, and opinions were divided when asked whether it is socially acceptable for a man to stay at home while his wife works. In the open-ended responses, participants identified patriarchy and social conditions as the major obstacles to gender equality. One common observation was that girls are expected to learn household work early, while boys are rarely given the same responsibility. Media influence was also mentioned as reinforcing stereotypes. For example, in daily soaps, we see that the men are always attending the meetings and they're always running to the office, while women are always seen working in the kitchen and gossiping. Discussion. The overall findings suggest that youth today are largely progressive in their thinking. Change is happening, but it is gradual, and cultural conditions still shape perception, even if individuals are properly educated. The limitation would be that my study, their responses were sort of more urban and educated perspectives were there, and urban perspectives were quite less. In conclusion, youth perceptual gender roles reflect both progressive and persistent opposition. While equality is widely supported in principle, deeply rooted cultural norms still influence attitudes. This study shows that gender transformation is not a sudden shift, but an ongoing social process shaped by education, awareness, and lived experiences. Thank you.
So it's a good presentation. It's a very intriguing topic, I would say. So a clarificatory question: how many male and female respondents you had? So within 16, see, in statistics we also have a rule of thumb in terms of defining the sample size. It has to be at least greater than 30. Right?
Well, I think
so within 16, how many were female and how many were male?
Well, the responses are quite honest, and it's better to, if like ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब एक इंसान 10 क्वेश्चन 10 बार एक फॉर्म फिल कर रहा है, उससे तो अच्छा ये है कि like 16 respondents मुझे मिल गए. And next would be like the.
Oh my God, you don't have to be so much defensive in terms of defending 16 respondent. You should be telling that you still have a scope to kind of, don't get aggressive. I mean, 16 can't be a number well defining your sample, right? And also at the same time, how many male and female were there?
It was voluntary, and they.
No, let it be voluntary. Let it be. I'm not saying that it's involuntary. Be specific, na? I'm asking your name. Will you tell me your father name?
But no, na? The responses are, I have maintained
out of 16, how many were male and how many were female? That's a very simple question.
But the responses which I got, most of them, like it was like unki identity, I didn't know that. It was their identity was properly secured, and it was their name was not revealed.
Ramsha, 1 minute.
Yes.
Without knowing how many participants, whether male or female, how you have conducted survey, this is very reckless. Doesn't mean that you don't have any research sense.
No, but majority was.
I know. We just answer the question, because here judges are asking you question, but you don't need not to say so many things. Don't beat the bush around. You just hit the arrow. What is the question? What is the answer?
Around 5 to 6 were male.
Around you be specific. That means you have not done the study. It was done by somebody else. That shows your negligence. You can't say that. You don't argue like that. You want to be in a research, you should know the do's and don'ts of the research. It is not an assignment presentation in your classroom. You are coming to national seminar and presenting a paper, and you are arguing blindly. It is not tolerable. You just say yes or no. Ma'am, I don't have data. If you have, you can just say provide.
Well, actually, they were around five people were there in my classroom who told me that they have filled the questionnaire. Yes, male. No, it was distributed through Google Forms and through WhatsApp online, and I circulated in my school groups, family, and mostly youth person, about 18. Uh, right.
Telling you all, you are in a learning stage. You are so young. If you don't learn now, when you learn? After 60, after 50?
Thank you for the presentation. We now move to the next presentation, paper ID 10 by Ms. Neha Kumari and P. Nagi, titled Indigenous Handicrafts and Cultural Capital, a case study of the Channapatna toy industry.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Pilar Watpui. I am from Business Economics, and my co-author is Kumari Sneha from BA Honors in Research Economics. So our presentation examines the traditional Chanapatna toy industry, which is one of India's most well-known handcraft clusters. And Chanapatna is located in Karnataka, and it is often called the toy town of India. And the crafts dates back to the 18th century during the rule of Tipu Sultan, where Persian artisans came and trained the local craftsmen. And these are passed down through generations of artisans' families. And Chanapatna toys are made from a soft ivory wood and produced using traditional laternary techniques on a wooden lat. And the toys are colored with natural vegetable dyes, which are safe for children because they are eco-friendly. And because of their bright colors and smooth finish, they have become an important part of India's cultural heritage and crafts tradition. So, however, during the late 1990s and early 2000s, the industry faced a serious crisis. Cheap mass-produced toys imported from China entered the Indian market and were sold at a very lower price. Since there was no legal protection or branding, the craft at that time they had many imitation products which appeared in the market, which reduced the demand for the original handmade toys. So, to protect the authenticity of the craft, Chanapatna toys later received a geographical indication tag in 2005. So, the main objective of our study is to compare the Chanapatna toy industry before and after the GI tag. We will compare the pre-GI tag crisis period from 2000 to 2005 and the post-current GI period from 2020 to 25. And our aim is to understand how GI certification influenced the industry's market recognition, pricing, and export participation. So, in this study, we used a quantitative research approach to analyze the impact of geographical identification tag on the Chanapatna toy industry. So, the research was mainly based on secondary data, which we collected from several official and reliable sources, for example, Ministry of Textile reports, export statistics, and online retail platforms. So, there are three key factors that we examined. So basically the timeline for the study that we have taken is in two parts. First, we have taken 2000 to 2005. In 2005, Chanapatna toy industry got their GI indication tag. So that is why we have taken pre-GI identification part. And then we have taken post-COVID COVID timeline, which will help us understand how COVID also affected the toy industry. So these are the three factors that we have taken. First, we have taken the total export value. Since export value of the Chanapatna toys, we could not find it alone. So we have taken the whole HS code 9505, which is the code number for the toys and dolls export. We have taken that, and then we have also tried finding the total registered GI users, that is official on the government tag. How many users are registered under this specific GI that Chanapatna is registered under? Through that, we have also tried finding the district level data of the Chanapatna village, from where we could easily find the exports that the Chanapatna toy industry is doing. So through that, we directly get to know how much Chanapatna toy solely is contributing to our total export of toys and all.
Now that we have the export data, then we have done a market analysis. See, currently when we check on Amazon or other, other facilities, we'll see that these toys starts from 500 and can go above, depending how much the consumer is willing to pay for these toys. This is actually what shows how much the consumer is willing to pay the cultural price of a local regional toy. We can also find the same Chinese toys that you can now find for 10 rupees, for 20 rupees. People are not willing to pay thousands of rupees for those Chinese toys, but people are willing to pay even above 1,000 for those regional local toys. This basically shows the price that a consumer is willing to pay for their culture. Next, we also have some policy implications. Right now, when we talk post-COVID, the industry is still struggling a lot because, like after COVID, people are not basically aware of these kind of industries. Even when we started doing our research, we were not aware of this industry. So there are many people who are not aware of these industries. Because of the lack of awareness, this industry is still struggling a lot, and there are some kind of policy implications that could be done by the government. So I'll just state the policies. The first one is that government should provide training programs and financial support to these artisans. Currently, 93 users are registered under this. Under them, each user has 1,000 workers. They need a lot of more workers. Government should be like promoting them, giving them skills and stuff like that. And then we have design and innovation. Like the government has to diversify the product. Even when you are making those toys, you have to make different kind of products for people. Yeah, from the starting. That's it, sir. We have.
So in conclusion, the Charapatna toy is an important example of India's indigenous handicraft and cultural heritage. And the GI certification helped address some of these platforms by providing legal protection and strong branding. However, the GI tag is not enough to ensure long-term sustainability, because to ensure long-term sustainability, they need government policies, a good marketing strategy, and innovations. But in this way, protecting traditional crafts while supporting modernization is essential for future growth in Chanapatna toy industry.
See, you people have actually tried to work on a very, very important sector where, government of India is working since 2019. And I was also being a part of the commerce industry, so I know that there was a huge increase in the tariff rate in itself of the toy sector, and it was being increased to escalated to the WTO bound rate in order to reduce the competition from China. And the problem and the challenge in this sector is to do with the scaling part, right? So somewhere you mentioned about the marketing strategy. Yes, but before even we go into the marketing strategy, it is about the scaling part. The second point, the methodologically this paper still needs to be worked upon, but it's a very important and interesting topic which you have touched upon. And with regard to methodology, you can look into the difference in difference method, because you are bringing in the time as a structural break, right? You are saying that pre-COVID and post-COVID, right? So that could act as a structural break, and you can apply the methodology of difference in difference to see that what has been the actual impact of this particular region toys on the total export of toy from India as a whole, right? That you can look into. It's a very, very, very important work. Good.
Sneha and Lal truthfully. First of all, let me congratulate you, both of you, for a very interesting paper. Why it is interesting? Because of all the presentations, your presentation or your study going to meet the sustainable developmental goals directly? How?
Sir, there are actually two sustainable goals that our presentation is directly linked up with. That is Sustainable Goal 8 and then Sustainable Goal 11, which is like development of small cities. I don't exactly remember the name, but it's the 11 one is development of small cities and the 8 one is the handicraft one. So they are.
But you missed the first one. No poverty.
Yeah.
Ismail, what is the concept of no poverty? There he mentioned the promoting local handicrafts, local livelihoods. Even Viksit Bharat Vision 2047 also, Honorable Prime Minister used to say always this only. We should encourage the local livelihoods, the handicraft. Now you have given the whole picture, your study. I must say you send it for a publication. Definitely it will have a place. I congratulate you, both of you, once again for your effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll now move to the next presentation, paper ID 11 by Mr. Chandan Kumar, titled Intersecting Inequalities and the Role of Public Policy, a Socio-Economic Study of Contemporary Indian Society.
Good afternoon, chairs and my fellow presenters here. Myself, Chandan Kumar, student of final year BA of Sociology from MIT University Institute of Social Sciences. My topic here is intersecting inequalities and the role of public policy, a socio-economic study of contemporary Indian society. Let's begin with the introduction. India represents a development paradox of GDP growth averaged between 6 to 7% annually from 2000 to 2023, except some years mentioned according to World Bank. Despite growth, inequality has intensified. Key evidences are the top 1% of Indian owns 40% of total national wealth. The bottom 50% holds only 15% of national wealth. Income distribution trend. The share of national income going to top 10% increased from 34% in 1980 to 57% in recent decade. This shows that economic growth has been unevenly distributed across society, reinforcing structural inequality. Now the objectives. To analyze the major dimensions of inequality in India like income, caste, gender, regional disparities. To examine inequality using socio-economic, sociological, theoretical framing, perspectives, including functionalist and Marxist, that is socialism. To evaluate the role of capitalism in generating economic growth and inequality. To analyze limitation of socialist approaches in addressing inequality effectively. To assess India's mixed economic model and its effectiveness in reducing inequalities. This research ultimately aims to identify a balanced pathway between market efficiency and social justice. Major dimensions of inequality in India. Income. Income inequality, the top 10% earns nearly 57.7% of national income, while the bottom 50% earns 15%. World Economic Database 2026, according to. Caste inequality, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes continue to face low economic, educational attainment and employment opportunities. Gender inequality, female political participation remains around 15.7%, which is globally 27%, but in India 15.7%. Educational inequality, private schooling and English medium education create human capital advantages for upper socioeconomic groups. Healthcare inequality, rural population faces shortage of doctors and infrastructure and always depends on the quick doctors, that is, we generally call them rolla shop doctors. These dimensions interact, creating layered inequality across Indian society. Indicators used to measure inequality, Gini coefficient, which is of India around approximately 0.3%, which is indicating income inequality, but wealth inequality is significantly higher. farmer ratio measures top 10% compared to bottom 40%. Human Development Index, India is ranked 134th out of 193 countries. Multidimensional Poverty Index, India lifted around 415 million people out of multidimensional poverty index between 2005 to 21. These indicators show that poverty is declining, but inequality remains persistent. Capitalism, positive contributor. Capitalism has played a major role in India's economic transformation. After the 1991 economic liberalization, several improvements occurred, like economic growth, GDP accelerating from the Hindu growth rate, that is 3.5 to 4% to around 6 to 7% annually. Expansion of private sector, technology, IT and services industries, employment opportunities, rise of startups and economic platforms, innovation and productivity. India emerged as a major global hub for IT services and digital innovations. Capitalist market mechanisms have therefore expanded economic opportunities and increased national income. However, capitalism and rising inequality. Wealth concentration, top 1% control over 40% of wealth in India. Unequal access to resources, education, capital, and networks remain concentrated among elites. Informal labor markets, nearly 80 to 90% of India's workforce operates in informal sector, according to ILO. Regional development gaps like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka generates higher economic output, while eastern states lag behind. This percent suggests that market-driven growth alone cannot ensure equitable distribution. Socialism, goals and potential benefit.
Could you please go to the slide where you have captured inequality? How you have calculated methodology and the findings?
Ma'am, my methodology is totally based on the secondary data from Government of India report and World. Key findings. The research highlights several critical findings. Economic growth under capitalism has improved national income but increased wealth concentration. Socialist policies promote welfare but may reduce economic efficiency but overextended. India's inequality is multidimensional, shaped by caste, gender, region, and class. Poverty reduction doesn't necessarily mean equal distribution of wealth or opportunities. The central challenges for India is therefore finding a balanced development pathway. Policies should focus on extending education system, improving healthcare access, progressive taxation, labor market reforms, inclusive economic growth.
Pay your attention. May I have your attention, please? There is a virtual presentation is going backside. Another point, presentations are going on. Be silent. Otherwise, we could not able to understand what he is presenting.
A balanced approach between market dynamism and social protection remains essential for sustainable development, as Article 38 of Constitution declares India a welfare state. So the conclusion is, the central argument of this study is that neither pure capitalism nor pure socialism provides a complete solution. Sustainable development requires a balance. Sustainable development requires a balance between economic efficiency and social equity. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in his last speech in Constituent Assembly 1949 says, we must make our political democracy social democracy as well. Political democracy cannot last unless there lies at the base of social democracy. The rise of economy of India has brought with it opportunities, but growth does not mean justice or fairness. In the end, the situation remains the same. That is, inequality. Equality is a utopian idea, and inequality is the reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandan Kumar. But you have taken a topic, such an important topic. Why you have taken such a generalized, very wide? You are not focusing on specific inequality. So there are many inequality, gender inequality, income inequality. There are different kinds. So if you club all together, you could not able to do justice to any kind of inequality. So you will end up nowhere without any concrete suggestions. Another thing, you have used the word Hindu rate of growth. What do you mean by Hindu growth of rate? How it is different from the GDP? Can you explain?
It's like in before the 1991 economic liberalization, when our economy.
Who said this?
Economist Raj.
You should quote there. If it is given by some economist, you should quote there. You have not quoted him. That means that you have adopted plagiarized it. things.
I am
should
quoted,
not take,
I,
you,
sir,
you
I have
the
quoted
such
this
kind
in
of
my
word.
report, but I
You
forgot
should,
to
you
put
should
it here.
quote properly. Otherwise, it will come under plagiarism.
Sir, in my research paper, I have quoted this, but here I forgot to.
Okay, we take care of it.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we move to the next presentation, paper ID 12 by Ms. Prisha Sharma, titled Tourism, Economic Growth and Population, Implications for Energy Consumption in Sikkim.
A very good afternoon to respected panelists, designated guests, and everyone present here. I am Prisha, a BA Honours Economics 6th semester student from Amity School of Economics, and I stand here to present my research work titled Tourism, Economic Growth and Population, Implications for Energy Consumption in Sikkim. It is a privilege and honor to share my research with this esteemed panel and audience today. Sikkim, India's second smallest, least populous state, but ecologically extraordinary. It is India's first fully organic state recognized in 2016. This slide shows three striking trends. Tourism, which has nearly quadrupled in recent years, electricity consumption, which has jumped to 6 times, and economy, which is growing over a rate of 6.4% every year. Yet, tourism here is trekking, pilgrimage, ecotourism, and mostly in small homestays. So the central question lies, does this unique model change how tourism, growth, and population affect the energy demands in Sikkim? The literature review done implies that their energy and growth are deeply linked. Environmental coordinate curves implies that economies decouple the energy from growth as they mature. Tourism raises energy demand, and population growth and urbanization drive household energy demand as well. But almost all the researches here are national level. Sub-national Himalayan states are virtually absent from the literature. Addressing this literature gap that the national level data misses the heterogeneity between the states, Sikkim, with its organic ecotourism economy, is entirely unexplored. Hence, the study has two objectives. Firstly, to examine how tourism growth and population affect the per capita energy consumption in Sikkim, and secondly, to highlight the sustainable tourism policy measures relevant to Sikkim as well. For the methodology, the data is annual time series from 2003 to 2020. It has 4 log transformed variables, energy consumption being the dependent one, and tourism arrival, NSDP, and population being the independent ones. Initially, the ADF unit row test has been done to check the stationarity for each variable. Then the ARDL bound test was done to test the stable long-run relationships among the variables. Then the error correction model was applied to capture the speed of adjustment back to the equilibrium. And finally, the diagnostic tests were also done. For the results and finding for the first objective, the co-integration came to be as like the first F statistic was 13.832, which implied a stable long-run relationship that exists among all 4 variables. The population showed nearly 6% rise in energy demand, which is the largest in the model. Economic growth showing 1% rise in income, showing a 0.24% fall in energy use, as the growth here is mostly from services and governmental jobs, which is inherently low in energy intensity. Tourism, however, shows no significant long-run impact on energy consumption in Sikkim. The error correction came to be as minus 1.99, which shows that deviations self-correct rapidly, and the model explains 91% of short-term deviations in the statistical model. To address the objective 2, the tourism is notable and worth reading alongside Sikkim's policy landscape. Sikkim has built a layered framework of sustainable tourism governance. The key policies, such as the Organic State Declaration in 2016, which attracts eco-tourists and trekkers, not just the resort visitors. Tourism Policies 2018, which values high-value, low-volume, community-based model and environmental clearance mandatory. The PAP and RAP permit system, which controls the tourist volumes,
The homestay model, which produces a fraction of energy demand of a commercial hotel, and TSD Fund 2025, which implies rupees 50 per tourist levy for energy conservation and biodiversity. For the recommendations for the study, particularly for the Sikkim, uh, are as follows: like to scale renewable energy supply, to introduce green tourism certifications, and to have carrying capacity study for footfall areas like Nathula Pass and Yunfang Valley. However, for the other Himalayan states can take away that preventive governance is far cheaper than corrective governance. Hence, they should adopt permit systems, promote homestays, introduce sustainable tourism before mass tourism becomes entrenched in the states. Finally, to conclude the presentation, this is first subnational empirical study of tourism energy nexus in Sikkim. While the three key findings were the long-run co-integration confirmed between all the four variables, the population growth, which is dominant driver of energy demand, tourism, which does not significantly increase energy consumption here, and this shows a window to act before tourism and energy become entangled everywhere. Thank you, everyone.
Very thoughtful work. I really congratulate you, and it's a very good work. Just one thing which you can look into, the energy consumption part which you are trying to track. How is it also including the renewable energy within it?
Yeah. Ma'am, the energy consumption here, particularly the unit for it is kilowatt per hour, which is, yeah, the renewable. Yeah. So that is actually a very unique point for Sikkim that, most of the electricity generated there is from hydropower thing. But that is the supply side. I've taken the demand side of it, like what is the consumption, but definitely your advice will help me incorporate it in future works. Right, right, right. Right. Sure. Energy. Sure. Sure. Right. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful presentation. Now we move to the next presentation, paper ID 13 by Preeti Kakkar, titled Tracking Sustainability Across Indian States, Evidence from Environmental, Economic and Social Indicators.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests and everyone present here. My name is Preeti Kakkar and I'm a final year economics student at Amity University. Today I'll be presenting my research on tracking sustainability across Indian states, evidence from environmental, economic and social indicators. Let us get started. For decades, we measured a country's progress using just GDP. But GDP does not tell us if forests are disappearing or if children are dying before their first birthday. In 2015, the United Nations gave us 17 SDGs to fix this gap, integrating environment, economy, and society as equal pillars of development. India is a perfect case study. It is the world's fifth largest economy with over 1.4 billion people, but the variation inside India is enormous. For example, a child born in Kerala has just 5 chances in 1,000 of dying before age 1, while in Madhya Pradesh the number is 37. Per capita income in Bihar is barely 45,000 rupees, while in Goa it's almost 4 lakh. Forest cover ranges from just 2.65% in Puducherry to nearly 87% in Andaman and Nicobar. So my central question is how sustainable are Indian states really? And is the gap between them getting better or worse over time? Past research mostly judged development by GDP alone. Economists like Saint Fitoussi challenged this in 2009. John Elkington, Triple Bottom Line, Planet, Profit and People gave us a much better lens. Internationally, the Human Development Index and the Environmental Performance Index already use this multidimensional thinking. In India, NITI Aayog publishes an SDG index with over 100 indicators, but a simple, consistent 22-year panel index covering all three pillars for all Indian states was missing. That is exactly the gap my study fills. My two objectives were straightforward. First, to track how each state changed over time across environment, economy, and social dimensions. Second, to build a composite sustainability index or CSI and validate it against the official NITI Aayog SDG index and explain why some states lead while the others lag. I used three indicators, one for each pillar. For environment, recorded forest area as a percentage of geographical area, sourced from the Forest Survey of India. For economy, per capita NSDP at constant prices from the Reserve Bank of India. For society, infant mortality rate from the sample registration system. I normalized all the three indicators to a 0 to 1 scale and took a simple equal weighted average to build the CSI. For tracking change over time, I used compound annual growth rate across 24 years period from 2000 to 2023. The dataset covers 32 states and union territories. Here are the results. The average CSI across all states is 0.391. Sikkim tops the list with a score of 0.728 and Uttar Pradesh is last at just 0.130. That is a gap of nearly 6 times between the best and worst performer. Small states like Sikkim, Goa, Chandigarh rank high because they do reasonably well in all three dimensions. Simultaneously, the bottom of the table is dominated by the Bimaru states, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh, along with Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, which have consistently underperformed for decades. Now, looking at the growth trends over 24 years, one finding stands out above everything else. Infant mortality rate improved in every single state. That is generally a good story and shows that focused public health spending works. But income growth tells us a mixed story. Sikkim's economy grew at 12.67% per year, one of the fastest in the country. Bihar grew at 4.37%. When the fast states grew faster and the slow states grow slower, the absolute income gap between them widens, even if everyone is technically moving forward. On the environmental side, several large states, include Gujarat, actually lost forest cover over this period. To check whether my simple three indicator index is actually reliable, I compared it against NITI Aayog SDG India Index, which uses over 100 indicators. The Pearson correlation is 0.694 and the Pearson rank correlation is 0.697, both statistically significant at the 1% level. States like Goa, Chandigarh, Karnataka rank very similar on both. The interesting difference are also informative. Kerala ranks first on the SDG index, but only 6 on my CSI because SDG index rewards governance, quality, and gender equality, which my three indicators do not directly measure. So the policy implications are: three things stand out. First, balance matters more than excellence in one area. Punjab ranks 21st despite being a relatively wealthy state, simply because its forest cover is just 3.5%. You cannot buy your way to sustainability if you are destroying the environment in the process. Second, for the Bimaru states, the fastest and the cheapest when is reducing infant mortality. You do not need to be rich to do that. More ASHA workers, better access to institutional deliveries, and clean water can make this needle fast, and the data shows it works. Third, Sikkim and Kerala offer replicable model. Sikkim became India's first fully organic state between 2003 and 2016. Kerala has invested in health and for generation. Both show that political will, not just money, is the real constraint. To conclude, India is not one development story, but it is a pattern of 32 different, very different sustainability trajectories. The gap between Sikkim and Uttar Pradesh on my CSI is 0.598, nearly 6 times. The good news is that health outcomes improve in almost every state. The concern is that forests are the most vulnerable pillar, and income inequality across state is widening. My CSI is just 3 indicator, captures 69% of the comprehensive SDG index, making it a simple but powerful monitoring tool. Thank you.
Just one clarification from you. How you have collected the data for this analysis? Data collection.
For Atma, for NSCC, I used 5 years.
Okay.
And for my recorded forest area, I used Forest Survey of India.
Then you should correct your title. क्या था title?
Tracking sustainable.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought this is something different. Okay. It's so good. I thought this is very common.
Work and very, very thoughtful. Congratulations.
Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. Now we move on to the next presentation by paper ID 16 by Brahm Dahya, titled Impact of Digitalization with IKS Insights on Sustainable Taxation and Revenue Collection.
Good evening, distinguished faculty and fellow students. I am Gamdaya, second semester student of BLLB honors. I am presenting my research on the impact of digitalization with the IKS insight on sustainable taxation and the revenue collection, exploring how we can integrate indigenous knowledge system, specifically with the concept with the Kautilya's Arthashastra into modern AI-driven tax administration to create ethical, trust-based complex system. Let me start with a simple paradox. Tax systems worldwide are shifting from paper-based to digital AI-powered administration. India shows this through GST network and the e-invoicing. Countries like USA, US, and Poland use AI to detect tax fraud and analyze billions of data points. But here is the problem: while AI improves detection and cuts cost, it creates a new risk. Tax systems how rely heavily on the surveillance, penalties, and black box algorithm that taxpayers don't understand. This threatens trust. My argument is simple: digital tax systems need ethical design, not just technological power. We must build trust alongside enforcement. The OECD September 2025 report documents that over 80 countries now use AI in the tax administration for audit, detection, and service. While these systems achieve faster audit resolution and the higher detection rates, they primarily optimize for the risk-based enforcement with the insufficient ethical design features. Research on taxpayer rights won for algorithm fairness concern. The Dutch child care benefits scandal demonstrate how opaque algorithm and disproportionate penalty severely undermine the public trust and lead to the systematic injustice. Now let me introduce the Indigenous Knowledge System Foundation. In Vedic and the Dhammasastic tradition, Dada represents cosmic order, the fundamental principle that the universe operates according to the harmonious pattern. This extends to the human society, where statecrafts and the revenue rising must align with the natural and moral law. Dharma represents ethical duty. Dharma represents ethical duty, a network of obligation where taxation is judged not only by the efficiency but by the justice, proportionality, and the protection of the vulnerable. Lok Sangram means holding society together, making tax payment as shared participation in collective welfare, linking revenue to visible public goods like the infrastructure, defense, and the relief in times of distress. This ethical embeddedness distinguishes IK's perspective from the purely technological physical models, providing foundation for designing digital interface that bring compliance as the dharmic contribution rather than mere legal obligation. Kautilya's articulated graded taxation, one-sixth of agricultural output as standard differentiated rates across commodities, and the in-proportional exemption for the destitutes, disabled, and the vulnerable populations. He states that the state protection and the infrastructure justify contribution, creating a social contract logic that strongly resonates with the modern concerns about the proportionality, vertical equity, and social protection. In contemporary context, India's tax framework is transitioning from the Income Tax Act 1961 to the modern rise income tax 2025 with revised income slabs, unified corporate tax rates, and the digital approach like pre-filed returns. However, challenges remain same: base erosion, profit shifting, complex exemption, informal sector underreporting, GST fake invoicing, and high litigation costs. The critical insight is that enforcement alone risk in reinforcing with the transparent communication, fair treatment, the recognition of the honest taxpayers, precisely where ICAS inspired framework can contribute. This brings to my proposed conceptual framework, ritualized compliance architecture or RCA. RCA integrates IKS ethical principle, behavioral trust insight, and the modern AI capabilities differentiate from the conventional system. The core idea is to treat tax compliance as the recurring civic ritual embedded in a wider ethical narrative rather than a peer-driven response to audit risk. RCA rests on the three pillars. So first, dharmic calibration through the dharmic predictive tax engine, which replace uniform risk scoring with a context-aware, normatively constrained prediction. It enables ethical capacity mapping, seasonal, and the sectoral variability, accounting for the agrarian cycles and the festival economics and the community contribution scores reflecting normal norms. Second, the Lok Sangrah feedback. Tax portal become ethical communication tool with dashboard visualizing how individual contribute. Map to
Please come to
specific
the
public
finding
goods.
and the conclusion, please.
Healthcare roads, the ritual elements include cycle reminders aligned with the cultural calendars and the community resilience. The third, co-govern AI with the transparent rules, ethical oversight through the multi-scale stakeholder council and the participatory governance, including the periodic dharma report that subject algorithm power to the ethical scrutiny. The paradigm shift from the detect, penalize, deter to engage, explain, and empower.
You have mentioned so many ethical issues. Can you directly correlate the indigenous knowledge Ardhashastra to the present taxation structure system, GST? Can
Yes,
you give
sir.
one example?
So, like in the GST, like we don't have any specific measures to how our tax is going to the society directly. Like we are giving tax and we are taking it like a burden. While the Kautilya argues that the tax should be a moral duty, not a legal obligation. While if we consider that it is like a legal obligation to me, then maybe I'm not that much aware, and I always try to evasion for the tax and which cost our society and not only particular groups. It mainly affect those who really need development from the government, like vulnerable groups, tribal, and the backward classes, and all that. While the Dharma Shastra explain, it should be a moral contract between public and the government. Government should be
Okay, understood your point. But the point is, if it is a moral, not legal, nobody pays the tax in India.
But sir, the system, if system implies that it's your punishment for being a citizen, then it will always be a disregard to the citizens. It should be like it's your duty to pay tax, and it should not just a legal obligation for the punishment. That what I said in the last PPT. I should compliance first for transparency. There should be a portal for the tracking of how our government is using my tax for the development in our society and for the development of our backward groups in our.
Okay.
Thank you for that insightful presentation. Now we move on to the next presentation, paper ID 15 by Tanu, titled Globalization and Green Energy, Evidence from BRICS Country.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to present on the topic globalization and green energy evidence from the BRICS country. So I have done my study from the year 2002 to 2022. So basically, what my basic concept is like, I have included the BRICS country because basically BRICS country include Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. These are the major contributors to the global economic growth as well as the carbon emission due to the rapid industrialization and rising energy demand. Renewable energy has emerged as important solution for reducing the CO2 emission and achieving the sustainable development. So, my objective in these studies are first, to examine the relationship between the globalization and CO2 emission in BRICS countries. Second, to analyze the impact of renewable energy consumption on environmental stability. Third, to investigate the role of FDI and GDP growth in influencing CO2 emission. And last is to evaluate how governance indicators such as political stability, government effectiveness, and regulatory quality affect environment performance. So I have created four hypotheses. First, which I am going to prove at the last. First hypothesis is GDP in BRICS country increases CO2 emission. Second hypothesis is renewable energy consumption in BRICS country, it reduces the CO2. Third, globalization, it increases CO2 emission. And last, GII. GII basically includes government institution investment, which I have combined with the three parameter that I will be discussing it later. So this is the econometric which I have used. Where I have included where GII include political stability plus government effectiveness plus regulatory policy. So this is my econometric model where CO2 is a dependent variable. So this is my analysis process. First, I have done descriptive statistics, then correlation analysis, cross-sectional dependent, then is unit panel root test, second generation panel root test, co-integration test, and last is the model selection. First is the analysis. As my year includes from 2002 to 2022, so there are overall 105 observations. The data I have collected from the World Bank and KOI. So the correlation matrix, these are the results. So basically, the correlation coefficient, it talk about the linear association between the two variables. Then I have find out the multicollinearity test, which is 2.50, that is less than 10. This indicate that it is not serious issue in the model. Then I have done a cross-sectional dependency test. Basically, I have included in Pearson 3D test, which contain of two hypotheses. First is a cross-sectional independence exists. Then is a cross-sectional dependence exists. And in this p-value is coming greater than 0.05. This means that they are relatively strong level of interdependence among the cross-section unit. Then I have done a second generation unit panel root test, in which I have done basically two types, CATF and CIPF test. Then I came to co-integration test. Mainly I have done in this GII and renewable energy, where in this both the results were negative. They show that government negative means that this will lead to the lower in CO2, and renewable energy are strongly told for lowering of CO2. Then is a fixed selection model selection test. Basically, I have done fixed effect and random effect and last I have done Houseman test to find out which model will fix perfect. So in this, my value was less than 0.05. So I have used Houseman test. At last, all the hypotheses that I have taken, it was approved through this test. Thank you.
Tanu, lot of effort. All the things which you have studied in econometrics, let's just put it on the plate. I mean, if I give you a platter which has kebabs, which has, also rasmalai, also rice, will you be able to have a very happy meal? Right? It will be very difficult, right, to digest. I appreciate the fact that you have put effort, but at the same time, you can focus just on that FDI connection in itself, the FDI and the CO2 emission. That one objective is like a thesis. Are you getting my point? So start with one objective and then try to go ahead. You can't have so many objectives, right? Good, good. Really appreciate. Congrats.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
With this, we come to the end of the paper presentation for Track 1, Integrating Diverse Indigenous Knowledge Systems for Dynamic Advancements of Sustainable Development Goals, a global and inclusive approach. The discussions and research shared today have highlighted the important role that indigenous knowledge systems play in shaping sustainable, inclusive, and context sensitive development pathways. The diverse perspectives presented by our researchers have contributed to a deeper understanding of how traditional knowledge and contemporary approaches can complement each other in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals.
At this point, I would like to invite our esteemed session chair, Dr. D.V. Prasad, Associate Professor in the Department of Anthropology at University of Delhi, to kindly share their reflection and overall observation on today's presentation.
We will now proceed to announce the Best Paper Award, which has been selected by our esteemed panelists based on the presentation in this session. May I now request Dr. D.V. Prasad, Dr. Piali, Professor Dr. Kavita Indapurkar, Head of Institution, and Professor Dr. Neeru Sadana, Conference Convener, on this, to kindly come forward and present the Best Paper Award.
So the best paper awards goes to Sneha Kumari and Bilani. And some of the best paper were of Anjali and Preeti. And Krishna also. So congratulations. So the first prize or best paper award will be shared among those. Congratulations to all the awardees. So, as we come close to the session, I would like to take a moment to express a sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed.
Now, I would like to call upon the stage Professor Dr. Kavita Indapurkar Head of Institution, and Professor Dr. Niru Sedana, Conference Convener, to facilitate our session chairs.
जल्दी जल्दी करना जो जो बोल रहे हैं सर। तुम लोगों ने बिल्कुल ब्लॉक कर दिया टीचर कैमरा। स्टूडेंट कोऑर्डिनेटर समान सर का मैम का दिल्ली सर का समान
Thank you, everyone.